Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Pro League. We're here with the playoffs. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and next to me is always the Kickstar. Kicks, how you doing?
Hey guys, I'm good. I'm excited. I mean, hopefully we'll have another couple good matchups in the European playoffs.
Yeah, and speaking of matchups, I mean, we're in the Final Four. We're in the Final Four of the European Pro League. We're starting off the playoffs today. The winners from today will be guaranteed a spot at LAN. And I mean, we saw how the NA went.
Yeah.
We got our at least two teams, and
I mean, we had one of those matchups go all the way, every single possible round played.
Longest.
Yeah, maybe we'll see something similar like today.
Maybe. I mean, that was definitely a long series. 33 out of 33 rounds.
It's exciting, yeah.
Yes. But speaking of the teams and what we're going to see today, let's take a look at our Group A brackets so we can show you what team has made it all the way here, what teams. And we'll see just how that all unfolded. Starting off at the beginning of the season, we had Sisu and Barrage duke it on out. Sisu took that win 2-0, taking them to the winner's game, forcing Barrage to go to the loser's bracket.
And that wasn't just a 2-0. That was also, I think, the second 10-0 in the Pro League history.
Yes, there was one on Xbox during the Sixth Invitational, I
Right.
believe. But then also it played a 1 for gBots and Millennium. gBots took that victory 2-1, forcing themselves into the winner's game to go against Sisu, which ultimately Sisu won that as well, giving them Seed A, or the first spot in Group A, or Seed 1 in Group A. Then forcing down onto the loser's game, we've got Barrage and Millennium. Millennium took that, going into the decider game against gBots, where gBots knocked Millennium out, and those are going to be our two teams from Group A, Sisu and gBots. Now moving over to Group B, we're going to see our next two teams.
Yeah, from Group B, in the beginning, Vitality 2-0'd Most Wanted, pushing them down into the loser bracket, pushing themselves up into the winner bracket. They then got 2-1'd by PENTA Sports, who beat Playing Ducks previously, and because of that, PENTA Sports put themselves in first seed coming out of Group B. Then Team Vitality going up against Playing Ducks, who played previously against PENTA, and then Most Wanted going through the loser brackets. Playing Ducks came out on top.
Yep, and
and
so
pushed
that
themselves
means
into Seed 2 from Group B.
correct. And that means PENTA Sports and Playing Ducks are going to be our two Group B teams that we will see here tonight. For the playoff bracket, what we are going to be witnessing is Sisu going up against Playing Ducks. That's Seed 1 from Group A going up against Seed 2 from Group B, and vice versa with PENTA Sports hitting up against gBots today. So those are going to be our two matches. Again, the winners will go into the winners semifinals just to determine first and second seed, but both of those teams are guaranteed to make it to the LAN finals. And then for the losers bracket, with the European and North American leagues, the third place team in playoffs will actually make it to the LAN event as well. So if you lose today's match, you still have a chance to make it to the LAN, but you will have to win next week.
And it's pretty exciting. Only one of the teams from the European and North American playoffs will not be able to make it to the LAN itself.
Yep.
So there's still a lot of chance going into this for everyone.
There is, and I mean, these four teams, to me, they've shown themselves to have a lot of strategy, a lot of confidence, and a lot of skill that
I mean, yeah.
I'd say was not missing, but wasn't as noticeable in previous seasons. Like, there's some teams that have definitely taken it up a notch.
I mean, especially we talk about gBots, we talk about Sisu. Sisu, I mean, always the second place team. gBots, always the third place team. And both of those teams coming into this playoff, I mean, they made their way to the playoffs, and they've been playing spectacularly.
Yes.
Like, really showing us that they have what it takes to push themselves into first place.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's take a look at the schedule for tonight and the matches we're going to see and the order in which we're going to see them in. Starting with our first match of the night, it is Sisu versus Playing Ducks. And then following that, depending if that's going to go to 2 or 3 maps, regardless, we will still see PENTA Sports and gBots this evening.
Yeah, some fantastic matchups like we talked about before. I mean, all of these teams, again, showing they really, truly have it, making it to the playoffs. And of those 4 teams, only one of them will not be at LAN. So it's going to be pretty much just playing musical chairs, trying to figure out who's going to be making it.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the 4 teams, 3 out of the 4 of those teams have been to a LAN event at least. Playing Ducks Season 3, PENTA Season 1, Sisu every single season.
Every single season.
Including the Sixth Invitational.
Yeah.
So I feel like with gBots tonight, they've got a lot of weight on their shoulders.
Well, you could say that, yeah, but I believe that they're going to be able to persevere. I mean, this is a team that's been around for so very long, since the very beginning of the Pro League, and they have, again, they've persevered. They've continuing on, and I think that they're going to be able to show us something spectacular today.
I think so as well. And their roster hasn't seemed to alter too much.
Oh, just a little bit.
Just a couple people here and there.
Tad.
But just well, yeah. Still Drid.
Yeah.
Still Drid.
It's I mean, it's a primarily Spanish roster, and it's been I don't know. There's not much to say. They've been around for a long time.
Yep.
They have historically been not necessarily in the forefront of teams as far as the European Pro League goes, but so far this season they've shown us some pretty awesome things, and we'll see going into this matchup if they're going to have what it takes to continue that trend going into LAN.
Yep, and so as we talked about it, we've got our Sisu and Playing Ducks matchup. Thinking about, so Sisu's actually shown a lot of potential this year.
So Sisu came out
punching, basically.
They made 2 roster changes, and they brought on Panari and Kanto Raketti. And Kanto Raketti only just became old enough to compete in the Pro League this year, and he's shown some. He and Panari both have shown that they were what was necessary to be added to the Sisu formula to make them what, well, really a dreaded force, someone to be feared and someone to be not to be trifled with, and bringing out a lot of aggression, bringing out a lot of frag potential just in of themselves, and that coupled with the year and then some of experience that Sisu has strategy-wise, they've made a very formidable force.
They have, and I mean they took on Barrage, then they took on gBots, and those matches to me just highlighted the skill level that they've increased to. They've definitely improved upon themselves.
They just shot right through the playoffs. They just absolutely decimated their way through it. But yeah, that's the Sisu roster, and then we have the Penta roster, which we've talked about Penta before. We've seen them for a long time. Season 1, they were the champions. Then after that, the reformation, back and forth, the different players. I think the only player who's actually maintained his ground on Penta has been Pengu, but I could be wrong about that on one count, but I'm pretty sure it's Pengu. And right now what they have is a roster that they've shown that they are very comfortable with.
Same. So what I think has happened is with Penta, they've tried out a lot of different players on their roster, and now what we're seeing is they're starting to get a feel for we actually fit together. Yeah,
because in previous seasons it was clear that they were not. I mean, again, it was with the constant reformations. They were, there was something going on there that wasn't meshing. In the first season, after that, it just kind of didn't go their way necessarily. But hey, if what they've got works now, keep it, I say. Just go with it. See if you can make it go all the way. And I guess that's what we're seeing. We're liable to see from all of these teams is they're going to be trying to find out if they can make it go all the way.
And I mean, now moving on to Playing Ducks. Playing Ducks has, I think, 2 or 3 returning members from their roster with a couple trades here and there. One name that sticks out to me is Meepy. So Meepy's been a person on Playing Ducks since the start. He was there at the LAN finals, getting all the way up to the grand finals, and ultimately losing to Continuum. That's during Season 3. Yeah, no,
Meepy's a good all-around player from what I've seen from him so far. He's a good shot and a bright mind as well with a good game sense, and I think he's also a strategist, but you have to ask him, and I believe we do actually have an interview lined up.
We do have an interview lined up with a member from Sisu. Let's head on over to that. How are you doing today, Shate?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic.
Awesome.
How about you guys?
We're doing splendid. Thank you for asking. So one of the things that I want to talk about today is your play and your outlook on Chalet. Chalet's a map that you guys have played a lot of, and you guys have done very well onto it. What kind of advice would you have for community members or community teams that are looking to play Chalet and looking to kind of develop strategies for those maps or for that map?
I think Chalet is kind of like opposite of if you think about Consulate or Bank or something, because like it's kind of like a tight map if you think about library side or something like that. I think it's I just think it's map that teams are using kind of similar tactics. If you think all the Pro League teams, everybody is kind of using like they tweak the tactics a little bit, but they're like kind of same. So I mean, I don't know what could they change, but I just know that it's kind of like a rare map of that kind.
So thinking about an attack strategy, one of the most played bomb sites is that kitchen and trophy room. Thinking about attack strategies for a team, how would you suggest to them to decide whether or not to push from above, from master bedroom or office, or whether to go underneath and inside of the garage and push from a strategy from that angle? What kind of advice would you have for that team?
I mean, it's how the enemy team is defending. Obviously, like if you try to take upstairs, I think myself think that if you try to take upstairs and it doesn't work, you have to like come with something new. And I think that if you have upstairs control, I think it's the strongest point. And like enemy is kind of at the weak position. Obviously, like if you take north garage from below. That's also a huge thing. So I think like it all depends. You have to change things so the enemy team doesn't know what you do. But I think they're both kind of strong options if you think about North Garage and stuff like that.
Awesome, awesome. Well, is there anything else that you'd like to talk about, whether it be Chalet or something about your team that you want the community to know before we wrap up the interview here?
Nothing much. I just want to thank all of our fans and let's have an awesome match.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Shate, and good luck to you today.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. So a little bit of insight.
Yeah,
a little bit of insight there.
Wise words from Shate. I think for me, what really stood out from him there is what he was talking about adaptation and change as a team. And we saw from them on Chalet previously, they are really good at that. And from the Sisu lineup, however, we have Wilkie, Cantor-Ketty, Penari, Shate, and Bunsi. Again, Cantor-Ketty and Penari are those two new additions to this roster that really gave them the spice that they needed to push themselves into the forefront and really be a dominant driving force going into this Pro League. But yeah, no, Sisu, Chalet, one thing that they really did show us when they were playing Chalet against Barrage was that they can mix it up. Have many different strategies to attack or defend any particular bomb site. And I really think that that might be also coupled with the fact that they've just brought Cantor-Ketty and Penari onto the roster. I think that those two things coupled together might be the formula that is necessary for them to bring themselves, again, to the LAN event, and then maybe even to take it all.
So what kind of dynamic do you think was added or benefit was brought in by bringing Penari and Cantor-Ketty? Did they bring a better roam game? Did they bring a better on-site defense game or a better attack game?
Well, yes, roam game, definitely on defense, but I think the main thing that those two players are bringing is the frag potential on attack. They lend a lot of aggression. I mean, sure, it goes both ways on defense and attack, but specifically on attack, they lend a lot of aggression to the roster, and they allow them to they allow the other team or their teammates to support those two particular players in a way that, forces the defensive team or the defensive squad, whoever it may be, into a really tricky position. And I think one of their strongest suits from what we've seen from them so far, and we haven't necessarily seen very much from them given that they 2-0-2-0'd, I think.
Yeah, they're 4-0 for the year.
Went straight out of the Pro League, just in first seed, just like that. But from what we have seen from them, one thing they're particularly good at is roamer hunting. And they have shown some really interesting ways that they choose to do that, bringing them on Tane to force the roamers into a corner, and then having those players in Cantor-Ketty and Penari ready to pick up the frags and put the anchors on the side at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, so with Sisu, like we said, we talked about Chalet. One of the things that he mentioned, that Shate mentioned, was taking that on that kitchen trophy defense site from an attack standpoint. Taking control of that upstairs is monumental. Even if you want to push downstairs, you still need to have that top floor potential or that top floor control. What we've always, for the most part, ever since Buck's been part of the core meta, we've always typically seen Buck. But now we're starting to see a lot of Sledge. We've seen some Fuse.
So some of the reason that we used to see only Buck instead of Sledge is because Sledge's hammer didn't go all the way through the floor. So if you would hit a hammer on the floor, it would just destroy one layer, and you'd be sat there like, well, I can't see anything through this wood. So, and I think they have altered it a little bit so that he destroys more of the floor now. So he's more viable in that way. Fuse has been brought back in again because he was buffed. His grenades do way more than they used to. Actually, way back in the beta, they were devastatingly bad. But anyway, they've been buffed. They've been brought back in, and they make a lot of sense. Plus, as a 3-speed or a 3-armor rather operator, there aren't a lot of those necessarily played on attack. But something that people don't necessarily take into account is that lends you a lot of ability to play odd angles, such as from the top of metal stairs down into trophy room.
Yep.
If a defender's peeking that, you're proning it as a fuse, they won't necessarily be able to get the angle on your head, which means that they're going to have to shoot at your legs, torso, and hands. And that puts them at a disadvantage because you're just tanking for days. You don't care. You got an SMG. I'm going to win that fight. So there's a lot of opportunities for something like a fuse to be made useful in that particular situation. Plus, shooting through the floor, it's the same thing. I mean, it's difficult to get that headshot.
Yeah, and I know one of the things you mentioned earlier was that Fuse got a buff, and that's why he's getting played more. But it seems like, at least from our perspective, we've got different takes on Fuse and how he should be used and things that still need to be developed with him. We see him using his Fuse charges to get kills rather than move defenders around. We've seen that quite often on Chalet.
Yeah, sometimes, as what Bud was saying, was sometimes a team will just slap the fuse charges on the ceiling, floor, what have you, and try to get the fuse kills into the players in dining and the players in kitchen, players in hallway between the two, and just like try to just get the kill. And what might be the best way to use fuse, and what we actually have seen some teams do, is use him time his fuse charges specifically to force the anchors that are holding those areas, like for example dining table, fuse the back of dining table, then he has to rotate into kitchen, then have your attackers come in through the dining table to the lobby door as they're rotating out of their positions. And that's a good way to use fuse, definitely. Yeah,
or rotate them out of kitchen and then have someone on kitchen window, whatever it may be. But yeah, you're looking for that receive. But we do have another interview lined up right now with Meepy from Playing Ducks. Meepy, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking. How are you guys doing?
We're doing splendid. Thank you. One of the things I want to talk about with you and your team today has been your plays on Border. We've seen you favor Border quite often. We see your team playing on it. One of the things I want to ask is that top floor bomb site is almost a given. Every defensive team prefers it. When you start diving into the remaining 3 bomb sites, when it's time for you to go on defense a second time, what do you and your team look for specifically in determining whether a bomb site is valid or suitable for your team?
Well, when it comes with the Border as a whole, the map itself is extremely malleable. A lot of the interior walls are destructible, and that really helps lend a sense of viability to all of the bomb sites, not just the top floor. Like, probably apart from customs and inspections, both the tellers and ventilation are 2 extremely viable bomb sites. There's a lot of destructibility in the map, which lends faith to castle barricades, impact grenade rotation holes. You can make the entire map your playground, and you can make it really difficult for your opponent to get into the building, and you've got to fight them at every step of the way, and it can be hard.
We've seen your team create some very unique strats on Border, and that's been fantastic to see. Thinking of, like you said, making the map your own, when it comes time for attacking, we see a lot of attacks kind of remain out on the balcony or taking over the CCTV room or the offices. Have you ever thought, or what advice would you have for a team, we'll say, when it comes to trying to play the vertical game on Border? How do you determine how many people to bring downstairs when you're trying to attack the top floor, or vice versa? How do you determine that?
You need to generally scout out who you're playing first if you have the opportunity to do so, because some teams do like to just run 5 players on site with the hatches closed, and that's the perfect scenario that you want, because you'll have no pressure when you're running around the ground floor, so you can do the vertical gameplay. But then you get some teams that like to put the pulse down there. They like to put a Jaeger, and they like to run around aggressively, or they just want to hold the workshop, so you can't do that vertical game. And it's all about working out exactly what you need. So if you need someone removed from the archives, then you have to think about taking downstairs before you think about taking upstairs, because that's going to be the harder part. If you invest too few people or too few gadgets, you can just get overwhelmed, surprised, caught out. There's so many factors with trying to take downstairs. So it may just be worth sending 3 people and a couple of drones down there, just so you have it, just so you have control of it immediately.
Gotcha.
And then rotate the people you need upstairs.
Okay, well, thank you for that insight. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up or mention before we end the interview here?
No, guys, but thanks for having me.
All right, thank you very much, Meepy, and good luck to your team today.
Some great insight from Meepy.
I agree. I think Border, like you said, is a very valuable, malleable, and dynamic map. And the gameplay on that is just phenomenal, and it keeps on developing every season.
Absolutely, and here we have the Playing Ducks roster. Meepy, as we just discussed with him, Zyronic, Lackey, Renewals, and Snookin.
Yeah, and like I said, Meepy's one of the members that have been on Playing Duck since the start. He's been kind of what I would call their shot caller, their in-game leader. He's one of the core leaders of the team, and to me, it seems that he's able to help keep this team cool, but he's also able to help bring this team to the hype and to the enthusiasm it needs when time comes.
Yeah, oftentimes there will be a distinction drawn between the smart player, the game sense player, and the guy who can just hit shots.
Yep.
And I find that I think from what I've seen from Meepy, he's the sort of player who strikes a balance between the three. He's very intellectual. He makes a lot of good strat decisions. I'm not sure if he's actually the shot makes the calls for his team.
Yep.
But he has a good game sense by himself. And then I've also seen videos of some fantastic shots coming from Meepy.
Yeah, I mean, Zeronic's another one of these players that from time and time again, he keeps on surprising us and making these plays that allow them to get this far in the Pro League. And I mean, their entire roster is a very skilled set of individuals. They've, like we said, they've reached all the way to the grand finals during Season 3. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to see them in the 6th Invitational, but here they are back trying to, again, create another environment for themselves where they're going to succeed.
Right. I think, who was it? Was it Meepy and Renewals who were in that 2 versus 5 getting against Most Wanted?
Most Wanted Season 3.
I'm not sure who the second player was, but I know Meepy was one of the 2 players who was on the Playing Ducks lineup in a 2 versus 5 at match point on series point to bring them into the season finals. It was pretty crazy.
It was the final map. It was round 32 of 33, and
that was the previously longest Pro League match we'd ever seen.
It was.
And then that got beat out recently, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. But let's take a look at our map bans now because we're getting near to the game starting. So I believe we have Sisu will start off with the map bans. We've seen a lot of maps being played over and over again. It seems to be favored by a lot of teams.
Yeah.
I feel like we might be seeing some of those similar maps again because I don't think these teams are ready to take the chance on a skyscraper or on a coastline. I mean, this is a lot to do with, are you going to make it to land?
Yeah, so just as you said, are you going to make it to land? There's a lot of pressure on, well, I say a lot of pressure. There's way more pressure on each and every one of these teams going into this particular Pro League as to prior Pro Leagues. Because in prior Pro Leagues, you would play 2 maps against each and every other team in the Pro League, and then the team with the most points would go on to land. And in this one, we have an elimination bracket, which means that you get knocked out. I mean, we saw CTM; they're just gone, poof. And
unfortunately,
and what that means, yeah, unfortunately, what that means is that each and every one of these teams have to put so much more focus and effort into changing their strategies on each and every map they play that it then becomes a lot simpler or a lot less complicated. Well, it's the same thing, but to just pick maps you're familiar with and change the strategy on them going into each and every matchup.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the things, like you said, keep on changing and keep on adding and tweaking things here and there. We've seen that from these teams. They might be playing the same maps over and over again, but on many of the same bomb sites, we do see little adjustments, little peak holes coming out, and then we see teams like Flipside that just throw in a whole new bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, the changes, the new stuff is what usually lends a lot of these teams an upper hand. And here we have the band starting off, Oregon banned by Playing Ducks and Border banned by Sisu. Not surprised by that Border ban coming from Sisu. It makes a lot of sense.
I mean, we're just talking about how Playing Ducks is good on Border, so
they've had a lot of experience going on to Border so far in this Pro League. But yeah, the new stuff. Consulate being banned by Playing Ducks.
To me, one of the things that both of these teams have seemingly done well have been roaming. So I think that Consulate ban might have been more to the fact of, let's not give Sisu the opportunity to roam, even though we can. Let's not give Sisu that opportunity.
Right.
But we are seeing another DLC map, Skyscraper, come out of the ban here from Sisu.
It's likely that we're going to see a coastline ban from Sisu unless... I don't imagine Playing Ducks is going to ban it out, given that we've just seen Sisu's 2 bans, Border and Skyscraper. I mean, they're trying to get rid of the DLC maps.
This is where it gets tricky for a team. If this is your last ban, and there's still a map on the board that you're thinking, is the other team going to ban that?
Yeah, are they going to get it? Because it was like in Pro League Season 1, we were like, we had to get rid of Plane. Plane had to be
plane
not
or yacht
in
or whatever it may have been.
It was Plane.
Yeah.
It had to not be in the picture. We couldn't do Plane. Nobody wanted to do Plane. I think we played it once.
Punchy wanted to do Plane. Punchy wanted to do Plane. That was it.
Okay, on the teams, we played it once. We played it once,
yes.
And it was terrible. But it was always a question of, okay, who's going to ban Plane first? And it was always the last ban. We'd play chicken with each other. And one time my team got called out on it. It was when we actually ended up on plane.
Yeah.
But so we'll see which one of these teams decide to ban Coastline. If Sisu's going to continue their trend of like, okay, let's get rid of the newer DLC stuff. We don't want to deal with that. And I think it's probably going to be Sisu. I think Playing Ducks can take that risk because Sisu, I mean, from what we've seen from them, they're not that sort of team that wants to go for the newer stuff.
Yeah.
Then the least new of the newer stuff is Border, and they've already banned that, and that's Playing Ducks' map. That's why.
I feel like one of the maps that we will see, not banned, but actually see in the final 3 will be a Clubhouse, because both of these teams are well versed on Clubhouse.
Absolutely.
It's a map that these guys played tremendously well during Season 3, and it was a core map in that season.
Right. No, I think I definitely agree with you. I don't think either of these teams are going to ban Clubhouse. If it were to be anyone, I would say probably Playing Ducks, because the heavier strat side, I think, favors Sisu just a tad bit.
Yep.
Because we saw them playing on Chalet. The way that they... Oh, here we go. Coastline ban coming out from Sisu. That makes... So, as predicted,
Bank
they got rid of all the DLC maps. They don't want to deal with any of those. And then there goes Bank. So, Clubhouse, Chalet, and...
Clubhouse, Chalet, and Border. No, Border's gone.
Border's gone.
Just kidding.
It's always the third one.
We always just draw a blank on that third map.
But it's Clubhouse and Chalet. That's for darn sure.
It is. Not Consulate. Why do we always draw a blank on that 9th map?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Let's flip on over and see what map they are going to be choosing.
Oh, it's Cafe.
It is Cafe.
Yeah, it's Cafe. Yeah, amazing. We draw a blank on Cafe, one of the most played maps in this Pro League so far. So no real surprises going into this particular ban phase. All of these maps are ones that we're pretty familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about some Chalet with Sisu. So I'm thinking Sisu's probably going to pick that map. They have been very well known on it. But at the same time, they're well known on it. People know about it. Yeah,
no, I definitely agree. It is one of the maps that we've seen from this Pro League some of the most crazy upsets specifically due to counter-stratting. We saw Elevate knock CTM out of the Pro League because they hard countered CTM's Cafe. And previously, Elevate lost to CTM on Cafe.
They had.
And then they just went back to the VOD, picked everything apart, and going into the next matchup, it favored the team who put in the most counter-strat. We are seeing a Cafe pick from Sisu, so that might be indicative of their understanding of just that counter-stratting, because they played Chalet quite a bit.
Yeah, and one of the things you mentioned, Elevate took on Continuum on Cafe again. They were up 4-0, so they knew what they were doing. And I think when they went back to the VODs and just looked, it was just a matter of tweaking little things here and there.
I know they very specifically countered like quite a lot of things. They did a whole bunch of stuff that we just don't see very often elsewhere. I mean, simple stuff that you would think is actually commonplace but isn't. Like for example, rappelling on a white hallway window and then throwing a grenade into the bathroom to kill the Mira who's playing, in the freezer bathroom little mix thing with her 2 mirror windows. Throw a grenade in there, you kill her. Why don't people do that all the time, you ask? But
no one knows.
That's something they did to specifically counter.
All right, so let's take a look at the top 10 picked operators of this European Pro League. Jaeger coming out on top. Now, I don't think Smoke was on top for North America.
Yeah, Smoke was indeed on top for North America. Smoke's still pretty high up there in the rankings for Europe, but not nearly as high as Jaeger. Both of those operators lending a lot to their team. Jaeger in his denial of grenades and smokes alike, and that's made even more useful with the addition of the glass meta and the smokes being, see-through. And then Hibana makes a lot of sense. She's a fragger and she's utilitarian. She can get rid of a lot. She's the only other operator other than Thermite who can open up those reinforced walls, and yet she has much more versatility after she's finished her job. So usually with a Thermite, you'll have him always put down his 2 charges, and then he just goes to being a mid-tier fragger. But with Hibana, she uses her 3 charges, and then she goes into being a top-tier fragger.
Yep. One of the things I really like seeing about Mira being on the board, though, is the fact that Mira's only been in the game for about 2 months.
I know, but
strategies are evolving tremendously with the addition of her.
Yeah, she lends a whole lot to the defensive side of things. information that cannot be directly countered apart from a Twitch drone or being shot from the back. Now, what I mean by that is with a Valkyrie camera, you could shoot a Valkyrie camera. You'll see it. It's got a little blue line, or a little blue circle. You see it, you shoot it, it's done. Default cameras, everybody knows where the default cameros are. So that's the two forms of information apart from sound and other just, baseline, heartbeat sensors, but that's on,
It's very limited.
Those are the other two pieces of information that you get as a defender. With Mira, she brings something that's one way and somewhat less destructible. And I feel like that lends itself to a lot of strategies in a lot of amazing ways. Like, for example, on Basement Organ, which we see it used to great effect on. But we're getting into the match.
Yeah, and so our first map, like we said, is going to be Clubhouse. Like you said, with that Mira, we're actually going to see her get picked up here by Shate on defense. With me, one of the things I like about Mira is that originally you would close off a wall, close off a set of walls, whatever it may be, and you had no direct line of sight. Now you can still make that wall impenetrable for the most part, but that Mira now gives you an indestructible force to view that on the other side.
Right. Now, Mira is used in a lot of interesting ways. You're right, she was used in a very commonplace way. You just reinforce the wall, put a mirror on it, and then get information. But no, there are a lot of great ways to use her. We are actually bringing her into the basement, however, and it's going to be interesting to see where they decide to put those mirror windows on this basement. And it's not the most, I would say not necessary, or not the most necessary operator pick going into basement, but I'm sure they have a wonderful idea of how to use her windows.
Yeah, typically one of the spots that we've seen has actually been in the garage hallway facing the cave entrance, because they know there's going to be a glass pushing down there. Every single time we've seen an attack, there's been a glass in that cave tunnel.
And lo and behold, coming from Playing Ducks, a glass. Surprise, surprise. They also have a Buck. They're going to likely use him to open up the kitchen floor and give a good line of sight onto any anchors playing down in the B-bomb site or armory. Shate using his mirror window there just on the church wall to lend some information onto the players who are progressing down the west stairs. It's going to be very useful if the attacking squad has to shift their pinch from kitchen construction.
Now I do actually like where that second mirror window is. It's inside of the armory facing the garage tunnel, but in a crouch stance where glass can't shoot it and your Boonsie's going to be stationed there the entire time.
That's very clever positioning, as you said, and yeah, no, that's gonna give them a lot of Boonsie a lot of versatility as a player. He is likely to play in that position for a very long time. As a smoke, he will be able to directly counter the push coming out from Glaz on that tunnel. It's likely that they're going to try to use his 3 gas canisters to counter Glaz's 3 smoke grenades.
Yeah, now we saw, I believe that was Renewals working his way in through Strip Club as we're watching Lackey come on in outside of construction. But Renewals right now, he's basically just making sure no one's going to come up the main stairs while the rest of his team helps to get these drop hatches open.
Right, and a lot of holes have already been made in the kitchen. What I believe it was by Buck. No, it couldn't have been Buck. He was too far gone. That was actually made by the defenders, and it looks like it's going to be in an effort to deny access to the drop hatch. Habana also slightly more useful than Thermite in this particular situation because she can open up 3 avenues rather than 2 in those 3 drop downs.
Now that was a C4 usage there. I think it missed its target, obviously. There's no dead individual on the attack side, but still a 5-on-5 at the moment. Wilkie's getting a lot of information on who's in bar, who's inside of the kitchen. We might see a C4 thrown from him momentarily.
Pulse is gathering a lot of information, but he's going to be coming under a lot of pressure here shortly.
He is. He knows that Blackbeard, I think he thinks Blackbeard's outside. Yeah, he doesn't know it's Blackbeard yet, but he does know that there's someone looking to get on top and open up the drop hatch.
Looks like we will likely be seeing a rehost, so don't get too excited just yet, guys. 2 minutes into the very first round of this matchup, and we'll see another first round. Rehost getting called by the ESL admin, so back to the drawing board. Yeah, that is unfortunate.
I mean, luckily there weren't any kills that were done. There wasn't much utility that was wasted, so it's pretty much just a solid rehost, same op. So we'll see from the admin, but basically it's mostly going to be same operator, same bomb site.
Yeah.
Just a refresh of that first round.
Yeah, as you said, luckily I don't think any of these teams gathered any specific insights on the intricacies of their defense or offensive strats. So for the most part, it was just they were just establishing themselves. So we're good to go. Nothing really surprising coming out from either of those teams, though. We could talk about that. There was a distinct lack of construction tunnel pressure. No thermite, or if I recall correctly, only a Habana, which means you can only open up those 3 drops, or you can open up 2 drops and a prone hole going into the construction tunnel. But they opted to do nothing with the construction tunnel, seemingly, which lends me like. I wonder why they're bringing a Glaz then. Are they going to try and push him through blue? Are they going to try and simply go down the church stairs? I mean, what's the plan there?
I feel like the plan is probably just to hold down the long corridor at the main stairwell. You flush that out, and then now your team pushes in through Moto. You're probably going to open up the mirror window back behind the minibar, so therefore you can have another person trying to hold an angle from there. I mean, it seems like despite them not using the cave tunnel, it seemed like it was going to be a church push.
Yeah, it did seem that way. But it's so complicated when you see something like that, a church push. So obviously they're not psychics. They didn't know exactly how Sisu was setting up their defense. But if they're choosing to push in through church, they've got a mirror window looking out into, through church wall into the hallway. Then they've got a mirror window looking from armory into blue, which means those two locations they're going to be pinching the defenders, supposedly pinching the defenders from, which is blue and Moto and Church Hall. Those are going to be under a lot of pressure from those mirrors. So if that is indeed their plan, that will work very much against them going into that attack.
Yeah, I feel like that it was in favor of Sisu on that defensive.
I mean, who knows exactly? I mean, no one actually started shooting each other yet. So
we didn't see much of an attack between the two, just a little skirmishes here and there. But just looking at the layout, I mean, they had already used up, I think, about 2 minutes of their time. So Playing Ducks was going to have to make a quick push, and like you said, they have both main corridors down for that push from Moto into the church. So it didn't seem like it was going to be an easy fight for Playing Ducks to win.
Now, 1 minute left, 5 defenders to deal with. Even though they've wasted some of their utility in those C4s, I mean, yeah, it would have been tricky.
Definitely.
I could have seen it working if they all pushed as like a cohesive unit. Let's just all shove ourselves through here. Do it now. Maybe they'll trade each other back evenly and then get the bump. Who knows though?
Who knows?
I mean, we're just grasping at straws because we didn't actually get to see it happen. That's basically what's happening here. But we are going to get everybody back in the lobby soon. Working on it.
Do you think that we might see that Glaz come down the tunnel, that the attackers will change their strategy, seeing as how maybe they droned out and saw the 2 mirrors? I mean, now that we can't say they didn't get any information. They did have drones. They were able to get some information. The operators may be the same, but now they've got intel. Okay, now they're going to bring a mirror. Now we know where they're going to place them. Do we want to start changing up our attack?
Right. Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they handle it. I mean, they could very easily change up their attack, but the thing is, not a lot of teams are actually able to make those on-the-fly decisions. I'm not entirely certain that Playing Ducks is one of them. I believe that they have the potential, but it seemed like the way they were setting themselves up, they had a very constructed attack strategy for this specific bomb site, and it just seemed like CC were putting themselves in a good position to counter said attack strategy. So whether or not Playing Ducks make the leap to go, okay, we gathered this information before the round ended, and we now know that like you said, the mirrors are in the way. They're going to obstruct specifically our attack. Maybe we should go somewhere else with the operators we have now. Well, they can't pick up a thermite. They can't open up that tunnel as widely as they would like to. Which is gonna cause issues. So they still really mostly only have the option of going for the 3 drops. The prone hole in the construction tunnel is going to be so easily countered by Sisu's defensive lineup. But I mean,
so one of the things that one of the things that I'm seeing from Playing Ducks with their operator selection, they had a Blackbeard, they had a Glaz, they had an Ashe, Hibana, and Buck. Those are their 5 attackers. Judging by that, it seems like they're preparing themselves for a down-to-the-wire gunfight, which is actually kind of what we saw. I mean, it was a 5-on-5 still with 60 seconds left.
Yeah, they were definitely gearing up for a down-to-the-wire gunfight, as you said. It's probable that what they were trying to do was, again, we talked about this earlier, but push their way in at last second through Moto and Blue. And what that's going to happen is this going to be very explosive. And unfortunately for them, again, we talked about this, there was so much utility from the defenders set up to counter that exact attack. Like Sisu just read Playing Ducks' mind and went, okay, we're going to go ahead and we're just going to put ourselves in a position to stop exactly what you're about to do, even though we don't know what you're about to do.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the best things you can do as a defense team is set your strategy up, set your utilities up, your barricades up so that you can rotate and change on the fly and not overexpose yourself in that transition, but also be versatile enough that if you know they're not coming from cave, you can rotate people out and start filling those gaps elsewhere.
Well, yeah, they had the pulse playing underneath kitchen, and that lends tons of information on main stairs and then kitchen itself. They had the smoke, who was playing in a very clever position with that mirror wall looking into blue. He was covering blue and the tunnel by himself, and that's 2 players for the price of 4. And that's great work coming out from Sisu, and good coverage overall for just the armory side of things. Then they had basically enough redundant players, and then they had, I think it was maybe 3 playing in church at the time of the rehost. But at that point, that they could then, they could lose a player here and there, and then they could rotate based upon wherever they're seeing Playing Ducks come on their attack. But the thing about Playing Ducks' attack is also that they were very clearly gearing up for, as you said earlier, very explosive take. Their intention was to drop down together as a team and just start the gunfights. So in that situation, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Sisu to adjust as a defensive squad, and they're going to then have to just fight from their positions as they stand.
Do you think, as an attacking team, seeing as how they now know there's a mirror on the church wall facing the back stairs, that they will forego opening up one of the drops, maybe the stock drop or maybe the kitchen drop, and use that last opponent charge to open up that church wall? Is that an important thing, or are you going to try to open up that mirror window a different way?
We've seen a couple teams try to do something similar. I'm drawing a blank as to the name, but I think it was one of the ones that actually got eliminated from the Pro League, and they tried to open up a small hole in the church wall, as they did a similar take. They pinched from blue, they pinched from Moto, they opened up a hole in the church wall, and they put a Blackbeard on it from the main stairs. And it somewhat, I say somewhat work. It didn't work for them. Strategy-wise, it was a clever idea. Execution-wise, it didn't work for them. But with a team like Playing Ducks, I feel like if they can put themselves in a position to execute said strat, and to open up that church wall, and then to do the explosive take, I think they can make it work. They do have the Blackbeard, so that hole from the church wall looking into the site will still be able to cut off quite a lot of ground. But the thing about their strategy, as they're actually recalling it now, is they weren't actually pinching from blue. They were just opening that wall coming through Moto. They were relying on the wall in church to kill any of the defenders who were playing in blue, and Sisu weren't doing that. So I don't know. I mean, it cuts out a good portion of the site itself, and you can cut out Dark Spot if you put it far enough left, or you could cut out behind Bar if you put it far enough right. But at the same time, there's still plenty of places for the defenders to pivot from in church itself.
So, ladies and gentlemen watching us tonight, we are going to have our mods in the channel actually throw out a straw poll. And what this straw poll is going to be is we want your feedback on what maps you would like to see in next season's Pro League. I believe there's 14 maps, save for Yacht and Favela. Other than those maps, the rest of them are in here, and I think you can pick multiple
Favela's
maps.
in there.
Favela is in there, okay.
I don't think I see Yacht, though.
I don't see Yacht. We do see Bartlett.
Favela's probably just in there because it's DLC map.
I don't see Coast. Oh, Coastline is. So whatever it may be, there are 15, 16 maps in the pool. Whatever it may be, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a link tossed out into the channel. We would appreciate you lending us your opinion, giving us your vote, and determining or helping to determine what maps might be in the next season Pro League.
Plane's not in there.
Plane is not. Those are the two we're missing.
Plane and
Yacht
Yacht.
and Plane.
But yeah, no, that's good. It's a clever idea. Find out exactly what you guys want to see. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, we have some older maps that aren't in the Pro League right now, and we have some newer maps that aren't. Some, like, for example, Coastline. And it's not that these teams that are playing in Pro League don't like Coastline. It's not that, and we've discussed this earlier, it's not that the team's like, oh, they think it's a terrible map, but we don't want to play competitively. That's not the case. In fact, I've talked to some teams, and they actually do quite like it. The problem is that it's there, and they're not going to touch it, especially not with the stakes as high as it is. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
When you can get eliminated by just losing one matchup, you are going to focus on your core maps exclusively. You're not going to be like, oh, well, we've got that team over there later in the Pro League, and we don't think they're much of a challenge. So what we're going to do is we're going to experiment. We're going to bring it to Coastline, and we're going to, use these experimental strats that we've never tried before. That's not going to happen in this.
Yeah.
So,
and, I mean, thinking about the maps, though, we've got, like I said, there's 16 maps in total, and from a pro player's perspective or a pro team's perspective, how do you create very unique and depth or in-depth strats for 16 maps. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah,
of,
no.
Especially multiple bomb sites for each map.
Yeah.
It's a lot to go on for a team, which is why we
it's a
have
lot to
dwindled
ask.
down the pool.
Yeah, and now here we are getting back into the match. The very beginning, yet again, we are going to be seeing well, I think the same exact operator lineups coming out from both of these squads, as is per requirement. And hopefully everything's going to work tip-top this time.
Attackers need to locate.
Hopefully. Sisu yet again on the basement defense. Playing Ducks yet again on the attack. Now last time, Playing Ducks were setting themselves up in a position, we talked about this earlier, not to take construction tunnel, to instead focus on those drop downs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we did see. And again, I'm thinking that since they don't have a Twitch, they don't have a Thatcher, it's going to be difficult to get that mirror window opened up. And I'm curious if they're going to try to bait out Mira opening up the window herself, or whoever may be inside of that church. But it all just comes down to what we see different stats.
Based upon the way that we're seeing the mirrors used, both of them, I sincerely doubt that they're going to open them intentionally. I think the one that's on church wall, technically you could grenade, I believe.
Yes.
But it would be very difficult. That's a hard nade to hit. And then the one that's in armory, that one's going to be. I don't think that's going to happen because you can't shoot it from construction tunnel. The only way you're actually going to get an angle onto that is by being next to it. Yeah. But all the same. Playing Ducks right here in the beginning of the round, they are droning out the entirety of the upper floors on this building. Clubhouse is one of the more unique maps in that if you're defending the bomb site in the basement, it's very easy for these attacking squads to drone on every single inch that is not basement and lock all 5 of the defensive operators downstairs. And what that means is you do not have to worry about roamers for the most part here on this site.
Yep. And we are going to see 2 members of the defense inside of Armory, as the other 3 are going to be in church. Basically the same defense setup that we saw previously.
Yeah, you can see Playing Ducks Snookin. He is opening up a little bit of a rotation, well, not a rotation hold, rather a little line of sight down into the hallway to cut off the defensive operator's rotation. He's also opening up right there at the bottom of the stairs, just in case there happens to be some sneaky, aggressive defensive operator trying to get an early pick. And there is not in this instance.
Yeah, he did note that the door was closed off, so the only thing that he has left to be concerned about is possibly a pre-planned C4 there, but I assume that would already have been blown up.
Yeah. Only a minute 25 in Playing Ducks. They have made their way into tunnel in this particular attack. They have established themselves in this extra angle. It's possible that they intended to do this last time, they just didn't get the time to do it, and they will get a pick onto Wilkie early on.
That's a lot of information that they're not going to have when the time comes down and the push starts going inwards. We're going to actually have our Buck and Glass both inside of the cave, as we have Renewals up here inside of the kitchen looking through some of the pre-made holes that defenders made.
The way he's looking at those holes, he's waiting for these guys in tunnel to force some of the defenders in Armory into that corner next to the B-bomb. Panari rotating back into the B-bomb site just now is not going to fall for that trap quite yet.
Yep. Now we do have Lackey and Meepy working their way down the main stairwell, but Zeronic is still here inside of this cave tunnel. Snookin, though, plays that Buck very well, picking up Panari. It's now a 5-on-3 with 30 seconds left to go. This is that gunfight that we said Playing Ducks was situating themselves for. Now, however, Meepy does get injured. Looks like that may have been Mira. I heard the Vector going flying. Zeronic also takes massive damage here, partly by the smoke grenade. Shate, though, is going to take down Renewals as he drops into the moto hatch. Now a 4-on-3, 15 seconds to go. Playing Ducks are going to have to push in. Meepy finally gets down to Boonsy. You've got Cantoretti and Shate. Last 2 alive. Diffuser goes down, and you've got Shate picks up another kill into Meepy. He's the last one alive in a 3-on-1, but Glaz, that's Zeronic, is drastically hurt. One little tap, and he will go down. There's the shot onto him, just whoop, and he will go down. Now we've got Lackey back behind the bomb site, and you've got Snookin trying to hold down the main corridor. And it looks as though Shatch is giving away his position here. He's going to peek on over. And it looks as though, Buck misses his shot. It's now a 1-on-1 against Lackey here, because Buck is taking himself out of the way. But Shate does get that final kill into Zeronic. 2-on-1 still, and it doesn't look like there's going to be much time. He does pick up Snookin. He's got to go for the push here. He's going to not get it. And we're going to see Lackey hold down the fort for his team, and round 1 will go to Playing Ducks.
A valiant effort from Shate. Just barely missed that headshot on Lackey, but I don't think he would have had the time to disable the diffuser all the same.
Yeah, he would have had to run all the way back there, take another 2-3 seconds, and like you said, I don't think there was enough time.
So the way that Playing Ducks picked apart the Sisu defense was what we've seen time and time again from numerous teams going into this particular bomb site. Open up the construction tunnel, move our way through the construction tunnel with glass, disable half of the armory site with glass, force the remaining armory players to push into the back of armory, and then get picked off by the players playing upstairs in the kitchen, and just that happened. The site got opened up. The attackers came in for the diffuser plant, and that's all she wrote.
I think one of the turning points for that was actually the Pulse being killed off. Maybe I think that
Yeah,
was
he got picked off really early, and as you said earlier, that's a lot of information not on the board for the defensive squad.
Yep.
I mean, he doesn't just give you information on the players in kitchen. He gives you information on everyone on the main stairs, everyone in the construction tunnel, everything in the vicinity of that back armory site, and that is just too much to give up that early.
Yeah, I want to say that was either just a lapse in communication or just too much information that he just forgot, hey, this door's actually already opened.
Yeah, I think maybe he didn't actually know that door, because it was only opened by like
at the top corner, yeah.
Yeah, the top little corner. It might have even been a defensive operator who meleeed that hole earlier, because I don't think I recall Glass shooting it open, or I didn't catch it at least. So it could have been just a little bit of a lapse on the defensive squad side there. But Sisu now, they are going into their basement attack, and they will be bringing yet again no thermite, a Habana, and this time a fuse to the mix.
It looks like Sledge and Fuse are going to come out of the mix instead of Buck and Blackbeard.
Right.
The main changes from this different attack site.
Yeah, I mean, they're not too drastic. They are very similar operators. The only main difference is the lack of a Blackbeard.
We've got Snookin up here playing with Zeronic. They're trying to hold down on a push. It looks as though the drop hatch is still soft. I don't think he got up here in time, or it's intentional.
It might be intentional. He doesn't have C4, so he won't be able to open up the hole back into the site himself. But if Zyronic has impact grenades, he might be able to save Snookin if the time comes.
Now, Panari is inside of the stock room, looking to push in towards the site here. He's going to actually open... Oh, I thought he was going to open up the platform of the stage.
He's choosing to save his utility because he knows he has specific roles.
Oh, he's going to peek around and takes the head off of Maybe.
That's I mean, we talk about players to have off the board early, but Snookin picks it back onto Panari and gets traded back in return.
Oh, and a very good shot by Shate, though, taking down Snookin for the trade. They've lost 2 members of their defense squad up here, but they have taken down Panari.
But they lost Smoke upstairs, and the only thing they got in exchange for it is an Ash. That's, yeah, sure, Ash brings smokes and breaching rounds, but that's not nearly as much as gas canisters.
Especially if you have a glass pushing in through the tunnel. But right now, it doesn't look like Boonsy is. I think he's pushing in from garage.
He's coming from garage tunnel, yeah. So similar, a tunnel, but
yes,
not the same. He's trying to get that angle on the pixel, which you can see just marginally a little bit through there. There's actually nobody playing that position right now.
I like the aggressive positions that we're seeing playing Ducks in. It doesn't seem to have worked out for him right there.
Well, as you say that.
As I say that, yes, Ironic does pick off the Sledge. That's 2 nades down.
That's 2 nades down, 2 breaching rounds down from Ash, so any barbed wire that the Playing Ducks lineup has moving into the last seconds of this site is going to be very useful. All they have to clear it now are fuse charges, and those cannot be directionally targeted to the barbed wire necessarily.
Plus, he's going to have to stick it down. He's got a pulse right underneath of him. It looks like he's going to go for the C4 toss. He doesn't blow it in time.
Oh, why?
I think he might have destroyed the cluster charge.
Right, but because Lackey chose to run underneath his own C4, he had to delay detonating it, and because of that, he did not get the kill on the Wilkie. And in exchange, Wilkie will get the cluster charge kill onto him.
Last man alive is going to be Renewals, and a 3-on-1 here. 15 seconds left to go. He's going to push on in, but he will be taken out immediately by Boonsy.
An interesting round, to say the least. The way that Playing Ducks tried to hold that basement is unlike... Well, it's just something we don't see. And I think it kind of explains itself why we don't necessarily see it all that often. It generally doesn't work, and we saw there what happened in the early round. Sisu, they droned out the Playing Ducks operators who were very clearly roaming. They said, oh, hey, there's a guy here, here, and here. They then challenged them. They lost 2 players, sure, 1 for negligence, but they got a good exchange on those roamers in the early rounds, or early beginning of the game. The lack of a smoke on the Playing Ducks roster, that's huge. Why would you roam with smoke when you have a Pulse? I mean, Pulse, sure, he brings all that information, but I hasten to guess that smoke can be much more useful going into the later stages of the round.
Yeah, I mean, so while it is... Smoke is very useful in trying to hold off a push, whether it's garage or cave tunnel. One of the things that I would critique about that upstairs hold. If they wanted to play that aggressive, that was the plan. They had an impact grenade from the restaurant stage section into the kitchen tunnel, or the kitchen hallway, sorry.
Yeah, and they weren't utilizing it necessarily.
I would have rather have seen that impact grenade actually open up an entry point into the stock room. That way, from bar, you could have had Bandit cover Ash pushing in, allowed Meepy at the bottom of Cash stairs to cover Garage better.
The reason they didn't do that, I can tell you, is because they didn't want to actually initiate that challenge. Now, the thing about opening up that hole to, and I think it's a good idea if you believe in your aim. But the thing about opening up that hole, and you saw that Ash was trying to open it herself, was that you make it so you can hold the angle to deny stock room access to the attackers from bar. However, equally so, they can then drone you out and challenge you directly without having to go around any of the walls. I do think it was an interesting decision the way they used their impact hole in the hallway between kitchen and the stage. I don't think that was very useful. But yeah, I'm not so honestly, I'm not on board with the upstairs roam at all. I think it was a bad decision, and on Clubhouse, it's been proven not to work time and time again.
Agreed.
Here we have Snook, and he's opening up those safe holes.
Oh, a good C4 toss. Panari showing that he's the primary pitcher on the team there. He's going to take down Snookin with a C4. So that's Buck out of the mix.
Just as I say, Snook can open up those same exact holes he opened up last time. Panari reading directly into that, knowing that that's going to happen, and just being ready.
Oh, and there's going to be a C4 that actually, I think that got rid of some of the Hibana charges.
Yeah, that got rid of one of the Hibana charges, and by one, I mean one usage of the Hibana charges. She's now, I think she may have used her other two already on the other two drops, so that means the kitchen drop will not be opened for the Playing Ducks roster.
Now we do have Zeronic who's pinching in here. Boonchi knows that Glass is going to be there. He's going to toss out a gas grenade, but not before Wilkie will go down by Zeronic. So, unfortunately, Boonty hesitated just a little bit too much.
I think he's waiting for the... Oh, wow. It looks like actually one of the Hibana charges was still left open, and Renewals at that same time will get a pick onto Shate.
Cantoretti will take down Zeronic, though, for that trade. And a 3-on-3 at the moment with 60 seconds to go. Still plenty of time for P-Ducks to initiate this attack hold. Those gas grenades are going to force Boonty to toss out one gas grenade blind and rotate on over to the lockers, waiting for someone to drop in. Lackey holding onto the Cheeser will be that one, but we do have Blackbeard. I believe that is Renewals. Yes, it is. Renewals working his way down the cave tunnel. He's going to work to get onto Booncy. Lackey just barely misses the feet of Panari. I'm sorry, of Booncy here.
You can see Playing Ducks, they're trying to reinstitute that pinch that they had with the Glass playing in the construction tunnel. However, a Blackbeard's not going to be nearly as useful in this role. And there's the drop. It's not going to work out for him.
And there it is. Boonchi gets one. He's going to destroy the shield. Come around with a shotgun, and it's actually going to get the kill, the trade there outside of the cave tunnel. Panari going to be the last man alive.
Some good early frags and late frags from Panari to give his team the man advantage, and then we just had a simple hold from Sisu, which is all we could have asked for them. And unfortunately, Playing Ducks, when they lost that Glass, that driving force coming out of construction tunnel, they didn't really have much oomph going into their attack. They had no other way to pinch the site itself. Only having access to that kitchen drop, nothing going on in blue.
And you saw Renewals had to actually take up that position and rotate over.
I was going to say, it's Cantoretti, I believe. Cantoretti, yeah. It's Finnish, so it's understandably, it's complicated, but it's Cantoretti, I believe, yeah.
So here we are now, another basement hold here from Playing Ducks, unsuccessful on their first attempt, but could they be successful this time? We'll have to stay tuned and see.
Yeah, they haven't been bringing the same Mira that we've been seeing from Sisu. Instead of opting to go for a Castle, and Castle he works a similar. I say similar. He helps. He's useful. He can waste 30-40 seconds for the attacking squad, and that sometimes can mean the entire round, especially given that he doesn't break as easily glass shots anymore. However, he doesn't lend as much information to his squad. And the lack of a Valkyrie as well, all you have really gathering information for the defensive squad here is that pulse. And granted, he does gather, again, we've talked about this, a very, a cornucopia of information from his position in Armory, but you can always have more info.
I like that word. It's a big word.
Yeah, it is a big word.
Now, we do actually see Playing Ducks going for yet again another aggressive stance here. We've got Castle. I believe that might have been Zeronic. It is Zeronic. He was inside of Strip Club. He's now trying to go for an aggressive peek outside.
We're seeing this time and time again from Playing Ducks. They don't care. They're just doing it. this is something that has been, again, I've talked about this, it has been proven time and time again not to work. This heavy roam coming from Playing Ducks, it's just been tried and tested, and it doesn't go in their favor, in the defense's favor very often. However, it might cause a lapse in judgment coming from Sisu. If they neglect to drone out Strip Club because they were expecting the roaming game, then that Castle might be able to get a late flank.
Yeah, and that's got to be what they're thinking here, because Snookin easily dropped back onto site and gave up an open drop hatch.
And none of the drones so far are going for Strip.
They aren't. And now
Wilkie
might.
Oh, there's an impact grenade hole in this. That's going to give him away.
Gives it away. Unfortunately,
Oh,
Cantor
man.
is he going to spot him? He will come around.
He knows
gets
he's
spotted,
there.
And there it is.
The impact grenade hole, unfortunately, it was probably Zyronic's impact, is going to give him away from the get-go. Cantor Raketti has a direct line of sight onto it and will be feeding it to his teammates. Wilkie putting himself into position to cut off Zyronic. Zyronic is now officially...
Now you're going to see the wall bang here. Cantor Raketti's going to spot him out, and
Yeah.
you're just going to see the bang right here. They're going to communicate this very well here.
He's actually getting shot through the impact hole right this second. Cantor Raketti's just telling him
and there
everything.
it is. Panari's going to rush on in through the impact hole and take Zyronic down.
And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, again, roaming on Clubhouse is just not a good idea. Teams are too coordinated in getting rid of those roamers in the early game. It's admirable that Playing Ducks are trying to make it work, but...
I mean, we say early game, but 2 minutes are down.
That is true.
He did use a lot of time.
He did waste a lot of time. However, the attacking squad's still in man advantage, still able to set up and establish themselves on and put themselves in a stance to execute onto the site. It's all down to them whether or not they have enough time.
Now, one of the things I'm not seeing here from the defense is a lot of barbed wire in the main corridor. There's none.
True.
So you're going to have Panari and Shot to be able to move on, progress very quickly on a site when we've got only 30 seconds left. However, Boonsy comes in Garage Tunnel. He's going to get a double kill here under Renewals and Lackey. He's going to look on down main hall, not see anybody just out. He's going to go for Snookin, but Snookin's already got his sight of line up there to take down Boonsy. 4 on 2 at the moment. It's 15 seconds to go. It looks like the attack will plant the diffuser. We've got Snookin, not last man alive. He's here with Meepy inside of the main hallway. Now 3 on 2, diffuser has been planted. Panari's going to be tucked around the ammo crates. He's going to go for Snookin, gets him down. Last man alive is going to be Meepy, and he gets taken down by the Bearing 9 from Cantor Raketti.
Good execute from Sisu, but again, you have to lend points to the way that Playing Ducks are choosing to hold this basement. Having that heavy roamer game has just not been working out for them so far. And you have to wonder if they're going to keep trying that. I mean, they've lost 2 basement defenses so far, and that is an abnormal amount of basement defenses to be losing in any scenario on Clubhouse. Now 3-1, as you said, Sisu looking to take the lead. If they can win this Bard defense, they're going to be putting themselves soundly onto match point. However, this is, again, the Bard defense. This is typically the less one of the 2 bomb sites.
Yep, this is the first time we're going to see it here this round, though. So hopefully, Sisu's going to be able to control a little bit different. What we're seeing from Wilkie, though, is going to be 1 reinforced wall for the mirror window, able to just see stock without being overly exposed. The one thing to see about this, though, the one thing that is vulnerable is if a push comes into that main lobby.
Yeah, the main lobby, the front door right where Shate is right now, that is actually a surprisingly exposed location that a lot of teams choose to neglect. And we saw from Playing Ducks on that last defense round in the basement, they didn't have a lot of barbed wire at the necessary choke points, and that actually was contributing to their downfall. You called it early on, and it was definitely true. And if you don't have barbed wire on that front door, and it looks like Boonsy will be putting some down, then what can happen is an operator can just wild sawn through, get a pick onto whomever is playing, for example, Boonsy in this situation, on that stage with his nice little peek advance, and start the round off early, the man advantage for the attacking squad. But that's not going to be happening onto Sisu. They are ready for that in this scenario.
Yeah, these guys are all set up for a stock room push, and we aren't seeing the Monty come out of play, so it looks like we were going to see actually Playing Ducks go for a strip club hold, or strip club push.
Yeah, and that's... I mean, they don't have a thermite, so what they're going to be doing is they're going to be opening up 2 holes, or maybe 3, to give them a crouch or a walk. But that's going to be, or through the strip to pool wall, but it's still going to be pretty easy for a defender to hold.
As Ironic just took his eyes out as Shate was peeking around from that stock room.
Unfortunate timing for Ironic to miss out on that pick. Not necessarily his fault, though. He's not a psychic.
Now, they honestly don't need that thermite. They have taken over control of that strip club. The wall to pool table is soft, so you're going to have Meepy easily able to open that up, or even Buck. They might bring Snookin back on over.
So we have Panari and Wilkie alike, both playing in the upstairs. Wilkie's going to be giving this information to Panari, and if Snookin chooses to drop, he will be exposed to the peek from Panari himself. That pulse sensor being used in Master is likely to be put to good use. However, this is similar to a basement hold, where holding upstairs as a defender is exposing yourself quite a lot. And if what Playing Ducks is doing right now with those drones, if that happens, it's more often than not, Playing Ducks will get a free pick in this scenario.
Now, looks like the Hibana charge might actually open up that drop hatch. It does successfully. He was able to only get at least maybe 4 or 5 of them, but only 1 is needed. Snookin still looking to get some intel. You've got Blackbeard, that is, I think that was Renewals, right? Yes, Renewals is keeping on to the window by cash room.
The pool table wall actually was not reinforced by Sisu, and as such, it's Playing Ducks who are having trouble opening it up to establish a way to get into the site. Sisu going with a nice tricky don't reinforce to reinforce, and giving themselves a little bit of an advantage here. They did actually, it looks like, open it up with an Ash Charge instead, though.
Now the smoke grenades are going to go out, as well as the gas forcing Lackey back on out. He won't have a line of sight, but Zeronic will. And you do have Cantor Raketti looking just at a little pixel angle. You see Zeronic moving forward, and it looks like the C4 toss from Shate will take down Glaz and just dwindle the attacker. Now you've got Shate getting another kill here on a Lackey as Snookin falls to Wilkie. A 5-on-2 switcheroo here with 20 seconds to go. It is not looking good for Renewals. He's going to toss out 1 flash grenade, and he's going to try to go for a push. Shate will be blind. 1 poke goes down, but he gets taken out as Meepy picks up Cantor Raketti, but Panari will down him and finish him off. And we're going to have Sisu taking this round on the defensive team. They've now gone up to match point 4-1.
No, it feels like it's been a particularly fast map here on Clubhouse. And on that last round, Playing Ducks, they went for a stock take, yes, and it just fell apart. They couldn't establish control over Master Bedroom early enough in the round for it to matter. In fact, they didn't at all. The defenders ended up rotating down, not the Pulse even, he didn't have to, but Mew ended up rotating down to support his teammates as the rest of the attacking lineup started pushing into the pool table itself, and they just got picked off 1 by 1. And the reason they got picked off 1 by 1 is, again, they failed to establish control on the Master Bedroom. You have to take control of Master Bedroom, specifically gym area, open up the floor, and then start pushing the defenders away from the pool table so that they can't get that C4 down that we saw from Mira, so that they can't peek out aggressively onto the pool table stairs to get that pick that we saw from Mira onto the prone player outside in strip. You have to have those defensive operators away from pool table before you push into pool table to get that bomb plant, and it just didn't happen in this instance. Now we are going to be seeing Playing Ducks. They will be going on to what I believe is their third or, well, yeah, it's their
This
third.
is their 3rd attempt.
Yeah, 3rd attempt on the basement defense. Now, from every single time they've gone down here, they've had 1 or 2 or even 3 in some instances, although not for long, roamers. And we've talked about this before, it usually doesn't work.
It hasn't worked yet for them, so hopefully if they are going to be pushing that roam game, if they are going to be pushing aggressively, they've thought about their communication and their angles.
Well, see, the problem is that it usually doesn't work, and when I say it usually doesn't work, I mean like throughout history, not in this matchup, I mean like ever on this Clubhouse basement defense. And I like the way that Playing Ducks are trying to innovate and bring something new to the table. I think it's clever, and I think that if they can win the engagements, they can make it go to their advantage, but that it's just not happening for them. And it looks like they will actually be, for the most part, defaulting back to the site this defensive round, and I think that's the right call.
I think so as well, and as we see Playing Ducks, they're all on site. Castle has actually castled off the Moto doorway into that bottom hallway. But right now we still have Sisu just being careful. They know for the past 2 rounds that Playing Ducks has been aggressive, has had at least 1 roamer upstairs, so they're going to keep with it and make sure that everything's droned out.
That actually might have been Playing Ducks' strategy, is to give them the sense of false security, or not necessarily false security, rather. Give them the sense of, okay, we gotta be cautious when we're pushing into the upstairs because they might have roamers, but it's not necessarily worked for them, given that Sisu have established control and knowingly are aware there are no roamers anywhere on the map. And there's still 2 minutes left for them to make this push. Again, this is on match point for Sisu. All the pressure's on to Playing Ducks going into this round.
Yep, we are going to see Boonsy working his way into the cave tunnel from construction. A nice little mirror hole opened up there, but it looks like Wilkie gets C4'd by Lackey as he tries to place another cluster charge. And Lackey finally got that one off successfully, so There's the kill that he's been looking to get.
Yeah, again, he hasn't had much luck with his C4 as of yet, but it's good to see something coming out of it now, especially getting Fuse off the board. If nothing else, that's a lot of HP to be gone going into the later round engagements. That'll be a huge force off the playing field. Bouncy is trying to push his way in through this construction tunnel as we expect. Shate with a nice grenade kill onto Snookin, playing in the dark corner, and that's the grenade we talked about. It's a very difficult one coming up above that wall. Not a lot of teams can actually hit that. It is very tight.
Now Lackey will take down the Cantor Raketti as Renewals will just nail down Panari. In a 2-on-4, we're going to see Shate try to rush on down to the hatch, and he's going to pick up Lackey. Last man alive. I'm sorry, not last man alive. You do have Shate over here still inside of the Arsenal room. He's going to turn on over, try to pick up Boonsy, who has been injured. Now it's a 3-on-2 at the moment. So we've got Zeronic, who's actually all the way upstairs. This is the castle. He's roaming above, waiting for that time to drop. Diffuser's inside of blue. We know that Jaeger's over there. He's keeping an eye on it. Shate's already got his eyes lined up here for Zeronic to drop. Now Glass is going to push on in. That's Boonsy looking for the shots there. He will go down from Renewals as he just escaped around the generator. Now Shate's got about 3 health remaining in 7 seconds, and it just is not enough. Zeronic will take down Shate, and we're going to see Playing Ducks try to come on back here. They are still down by 2. It's 4-2 at the moment.
And here we see Playing Ducks actually defending fully from the basement here on this basement hold, and as you can tell, it worked out for them stupendously. Sisu, they got picked off 1 by 1 a little bit early, put themselves at the man disadvantage. They had all the avenues into the site they needed. However, they just ended up falling into the collapse coming from the last Playing Ducks operators, and as such, nice crossfires coming out, establishing control over the diffuser in that blue early on didn't hurt.
Yep.
Now, 4-2, as you said, and Playing Ducks, they still have to fight tooth and nail to keep themselves in this match, and it is still match point for Sisu, and all they have to do is win a basement defense, which they have had somewhat good luck of doing as of this moment, or as of so far in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, Playing Ducks right now, they're going to have to attack the favored defense site, and then they're going to have to defend the unfavorable defense site. So the cards are stacked in Sisu's favor at the moment, being able to hold their primary bomb site and then attack on an unfavored defensive bomb site.
Right. No matter what happens in this scenario, that, yeah, as you said, Sisu, they do have a leg up, and they aren't going to be. I seriously doubt they're going to be testing anything weird, as in like hard roaming upstairs.
Yeah.
And as such, I don't think they're going to be this.
I don't see any surprises coming out from Sisu today, except for maybe this little peek here. We just said it.
No surprises, none whatsoever.
None whatsoever. The little pixel angle, he's just going to say, okay, we're going to go back. He gets droned out, and back down to site he will go.
So that was an interesting pixel angle. What he saw from there was some portion of the construction spawn, and he was barely exposed at all. However, as soon as he thought that there wasn't any chance of hitting any or getting any of the kills on the spawning attacking squad, he moved back to the site, didn't want to risk it at all, and that was rightfully so. A slow push into the building coming out from Playing Ducks, establishing dominance over the top floors as is per usual on a basement attack. We're seeing a very similar open up that construction tunnel on the prone level, so allows Ironic to move his way in. Now, interestingly, we've seen from a lot of other teams in the Pro League so far on Clubhouse an active challenge coming from the smoke in that construction tunnel. But in this instance, neither of these teams are choosing to challenge that construction tunnel, and as such, Glaz is free to prone his way through that tiny little hole. I have to help but wonder that if that hole is easily challenged.
Yeah, I think seeing as how, all right, so it looks like Casey's drop hatch will get opened up. Barge is most likely the next one. But like you said, there's that little crawl through space that they have to go through, which to me is easily accountable. If you know that they've done that time and time again, maybe it's time that you start hard pushing and start hard defending that construction tunnel.
And some grenades coming out from Snook, and he's trying to open up the back of Armory for his team. Cantor Raketti coming up the ladder as there is a lack of a claymore in the garage itself, and he's going to slowly walk up behind Playing Ducks. Playing Ducks, however, getting a nice pick onto Wilkie.
Now this is all going to come down to time. If Playing Ducks decides to push early, you will not see Cantor Raketti get an easy kill here. But both doors have been opened up, so he can rotate to kitchen tunnel or kitchen hall however he pleases. But he decides to go through the bar, and it looks like Lackey or Meepy might be coming around, still unexpecting a flank here from Jaeger. Now all four out of the 5 attackers are here. You're going to see Cantor Raketti come on over. He's going to pick up Snookin first. Come on over to look through the hallway, not get anyone, and decide to go upstairs. Still holding an angle now. Lackey knows someone's here. He's very cautious to push on out.
So it's likely when they heard those stairs. Oh, the plant trying to come down with somebody still in the back of sight. Nari says no, sir.
C4 is going to come on out and not take down the glass, but it does force him backwards. 30 seconds to go. We're going to have Meepy still inside the kitchen. He's looking for a final pick. Shate, though, going to get onto renewals. A 4-on-2. You have one inside the cave tunnel, one inside. He's actually been dropped, and there will be the win by Shate coming on down to get that kill on a Meepy. And we are going to see Sisu take map number 1 here on Clubhouse.
That was a very decisive win from Sisu. Unfortunately, we saw a couple of mistakes from Playing Ducks, and I can't help but feel like they're skill-wise, fundamental-wise, they are a good team, an excellent team, but I feel like they were trying to experiment a little bit too much there. Having those roamers upstairs on a basement defense, that, again, is time-tested not to work.
Yeah, I'll give them the element of surprise, but element of surprise until they get droned.
Yeah, exactly, until they get droned. So there is no element of surprise because every team going into that particular attack on the basement, they drone every inch of the upstairs floor. And as soon as they acquire a target, it's all a matter of one guy's going to drone for everyone else who's then going to kill that individual. Yep. We saw it with Castle in Strip Club. Cantor Raketti, yeah, he's the fragger player, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's just going to stay on his drone and be like, hey, he's right there. Just walk up and kill him.
We saw that in Strip Club. I mean, he said, Ash, push on in. He's now looking at the drone. Go in, and he got the kill right away. I mean, we heard it in both of the interviews. They talked about how information is key to, you're not just going to have a solid attack strat. You need to have a loose attack strat. Yes, you might want to push for stock room or bar, whatever it may be, but you need to figure out where everyone on the defense is going to be so you know who to go after. And they both talked about droning out. They both talked about you need to get information before you can make an aggressive push.
Right. And unfortunately also from Playing Ducks, on that attack round, that last attack round, they had everything somewhat going their way. They had themselves established above in kitchen. They had the drop down open. They were moving their way down into the site. It was looking good for them. They unfortunately didn't get the pick on Panari in the back of site, and that's what I think ended up costing them overall. But also that was nice. But also at the same time, they did not put a Claymore at the top of those stairs. They instead opted to leave it at the top of the ladder, and because of that, Cantor Raketti was allowed to flank at all. We also saw a couple of instances where, they're not killing the player in the back of sight when they're pushing in. They didn't push the players away from pool table when they were doing a strip club take.
Yep.
When you're doing a strip club take, you establish control over master, you open up the floor, you force the defenders away from pool table itself, then your players can come out of strip club and plant the bomb or the diffuser at pool table, and that's how simple it works. I think but they didn't do that.
It was Paulson. Was it Mute or Paulson Smoke?
It was Paulson Mute.
Paulson Mute were upstairs, and there was barely any pressure put on them. Yes, they got the drop hatch opened up, but that was from a distance.
And here we go, guys. We're getting right into the next map. It's going to be Cafe Dostoevsky. We're going to be seeing Playing Ducks going on to attack first round, and equally Sisu on defense. They are going to be bringing a Smoke Castle, Valkyrie, Jaeger, Mira. Now, surprises there, all standard picks for this particular bomb site. And on the attacking squad, equally no surprising picks. Hibana, Blackbeard, Glaz, Sledge, and Ash. Again, we're seeing a distinct lack of Thermite from both of these teams, even in instances where he might be useful. Going into this upstairs attack, you're going to have to struggle with that red wall, and then all you'll have is one charge to get yourself into freezer if that's your plan.
I feel like the Thermite is universally effective on all the bomb sites.
I believe that as well.
All the viable bomb sites here on this map. I mean, you've got the top of red stairs that needs to get opened up into the piano room, or you can take, if they're playing the middle bomb site instead of the mining room and fireplace, you can either go white stairs, open up fireplace wall, or take red stairs, open up mining room.
Ooh, look at this, 2 shields coming out from Sisu. Now, as you just saw, Wilkie, he tested that. That's going to force a vault coming from Playing Ducks if they don't have any explosives to clear those shields, which means it's going to allow the Sisu players to get a good engagement onto any players who choose to vault over those shields.
Now, this map is one that I think allows for a good roaming game, and that's actually what we're seeing Cantor Raketti do. I think he's all the way downstairs, possibly inside of the bakery.
He's all the way down. He wants to get the very most out of his roam. He's going to try and waste as much time as possible, maybe get a pick in the later ends of this match. Now, unlike Clubhouse on a basement defense, Cafe on an upstairs defense, you can't necessarily just drone out all of the roamers and be done with it. At least we haven't seen any teams do that as of yet going into this Pro League. Who knows, maybe that'll work its way into the meta. Yeah, although again, that wouldn't work because you've got the insta vault, insta rotate coming out from the upstairs. Anyway, I digress. We are going to be seeing Playing Ducks. They will be establishing themselves onto these piano windows, looking for Mira to peek out through that, well, that mirror.
Yeah, and they do have the double mirror setup there for piano, and that's pretty much the most viable option for the mirror windows as of now in the developed meta.
Very
trying
standard.
to make sure that the piano room is under control.
Right.
Now, Renewals is on the south window here, trying to get Panari out of this corner inside of piano. This is one of the spots where you just have to assume someone's here, and the drone's going to come on out. Renewals will clear the majority of it, spots Panari, and now he knows he's here.
Yeah, but the drone is gone equally so for Renewals, which means he's going to have trouble gathering information going into the future. Because he threw that drone, it is likely that that was his one and only drone, which means that if he gets put into a clutch situation, he's going to have to rely strictly on his gut.
And we are going to have, I believe that was Hibana who dropped, and Wilkie will actually fall to Meepy.
So, setting up those shields to establish control over Cigar, not working out for them, it turns out.
We're going to have Ash try to go for this peek here. Renewal should be leading the way, but no, he has to vault over. He just tested it himself. He's going to go for the quick leap, and he will now get his way further into Cigar. Panari, though, has moved his way into the piano room. Oh, he's going to have to push on over. He's going to get one kill there, and Renewal goes for a second, but does get taken down. The C4 from Shate, though, will take down Meepy in return. It's a 3-on-2 at the moment as Kanto Raketti comes up from behind the red stairs, taking out Lackey.
And those shields actually being used to great effect from Sisu. The Playing Ducks lineup not really sure what to do about them.
Bucci's feet almost got taken out by Zeronic, but with 20 seconds left, he's going to have to go for a skylight drop as Snookin pushes up the red stairs. Kanto Raketti now knows that he's to his left. Kanto Raketti will get down Zeronic as he falls. He gets another kill here as he looks to his left, taking down Snookin. Round number 1 will go to Sisu.
Looks like a lot of that strategy pivoted around Kanto Raketti with that late roam coming up from the behind of red stairs as soon as it's called. When Castle got picked off, he was like, all right, they're pushing into Cigar. And then once the Valkyrie opened up that pre-melee'd Castle barricade, got her pick, she's like, okay, there's still one in Cigar. And then from there, it's pretty much just, oh, I'm going to come up and be sweeping up the remains from Kanto Raketti. So a lot of that strategy all just pivoted around that one specific area in Cigar. And that is the point of contention that we've seen time and time again from a lot of these Pro League teams. They're not really favoring going into piano as much anymore. And Sisu definitely counting on that from coming out from Playing Ducks. Sisu as well, however, choosing not to bring a thermite going into their upstairs attack.
Now they are fully solidifying the freezer, taking away the bathroom wall as well as the piano wall, which to me is kind of a little constricting, I would say.
Well, a lot of teams, okay, there's a mixed train of thought going on with that bathroom. Now, we talked about earlier how Elevate, they chose to counter CTM specifically because CTM opens up that wall. They use the double mirror, one in the bathroom, one in the freezer. And because of that, CTM was allowed to repel on that south window you can see there just outside of the bathroom and throw a grenade in to kill the Mira playing in that position. Now, because they've reinforced both of these walls here, that grenade will not be able to affect Zyronic in this instance, or in that instance. So it does kind of cut off and secure a little bit more for Playing Ducks, but again, you are right, it does constrict them as well.
So here we have Boonsy coming out to the north windows to the front of the cafe. Wilkie trying to play that IQ, gets rid of the camera. A good shot there.
That's a very important camera to have off the board early. Now, people think, oh, it's default camera, who cares? Kanto Raketti, however, getting picked off by Snookin. He was just playing this pixel angle, looking onto this skylight, and Snookin unfortunately peeked it when he was not prepared.
Now, that means we will not see a wall push into piano.
Yeah, that's all of their reinforced wall breach ability gone.
Yep.
Just like that.
So freezer's now secure. Mirror windows are now secure, unless the defenders decide to break them.
There's no twitch. I mean,
this is not looking good here for Sisu, having that Hibana out of the mix.
they might try something crazy. You know what would be awesome if they just all decide, you know what, let's just all drop down Skylight all at once. Let's do it.
I mean, right now is there anyone behind A? I don't think there is. You've got Lackey underneath inside of the mining room.
It could
You've
work.
got Meepy and Zeronic there. They could actually. Oh, okay. Snookin is on top of the drop hatch. But with one set of barbed wire, you throw one grenade down from Wilkie or Panari.
Shate's going to be
whatever it may
challenging Renewals, though, in the reading room.
A little engagement there. Shate comes out on top, taking a mere 40 damage. But he still has to deal with Lackey, and I don't think he knows the pulse is underneath of him.
Like, he's going to be in a good position to clutch this out if he just remains a little bit more patient, relies on his anchors to hold the site, and his heartbeat sensor to give him information. Don't take any unnecessary risks, and he'll be in a good spot.
Now Penari's going to come upstairs along with Boonsy here in the top of red. They're going to throw out smoke grenades, make sure there's no ADSs in case. And now we're going to see Boonsy most likely go for the peek here, looking all the way back to where we saw Echo earlier.
So this is what Glaz is most useful for on this strategy, is pushing through those smokes, getting the picks on the anchors. However, Penari getting picked off by Zyronic, playing in that piano room, is going to put the man advantage into the attackers or defender's favor.
Yeah, and as we say that, Lackey actually came up at the wrong time, and we had Boonsy peek on out from behind. Had his sixth sense about that, and he took down the Pulse. Now a 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left to go. Zyronics moving on up. He's going to toss the C4, but he does get taken down before he can explode it. Boonsy successful on that kill, but he has to go through some gas grenade. You can see IQ being the first one to through. Boonsy's going to do the same thing, but he gets injured. Wilkie did manage to get away, but he does get killed off, and Snukin gets the final kill here on a Boonsy as Meepy takes down Shate.
MVP for that round definitely going down to Snukin. He got the pick onto the Mira, or sorry, not the Mira, the Habana early in the round, which forced the Sisu lineup to make some decisions in their strategy that they didn't necessarily want to, forcing their way straight through the cigar lounge door. And that is, again, that is normally where you want to end up as the attacking squad, but not as your only option. And then he also cleaned it up in the end there by picking off said players. A nice try, however, by, I think it was Boonsy on Glaz. He opened it up. He really did do a lot of work for his team there going into that round. It just wasn't quite enough. Now we're going to be seeing two successful defenses on the upstairs bomb site, one for each of these two teams, and as such, Sisu will be forced to go down into the train room.
Yeah, and keeping an eye here on Sisu, they are looking like they're going to be holding this top floor, not just reinforcing it. This is one of those, again, one of those maps where you do need to play multiple levels to successfully defend any site. We saw the plays from underneath. We're going to see players on top this time around.
But I mean, not necessarily. You can choose to hold train from just the train floor, although it affords you a lot less versatility, which is what we've talked about. We've talked about this a lot. Versatility as a defensive squad, affording yourself territory that you can then forfeit over the period of a round is useful in not only delaying time, but maintaining your anchors. So when you keep yourself upstairs and you try to keep all this, you know, in your clutches for as long as possible until you are forced to forfeit it by drone coverage and good teamwork from the attacking squad. Oh, we are seeing the scissor lift strategy coming out from Zyronic. Unfortunately, he is actually going to get off it in the end. I think he might be just feigning an A attack to try and put Sisu on edge. Or maybe he's just trying to cut off the rotation from reading room. Who knows? Just apply a little bit of pressure. All the same, establishing that territory ahead of time as a defensive squad, then you can forfeit it over time.
Now here we have Wilkie preparing the C4 toss. He's going to toss it out and miss.
No,
Zyronic.
Unfortunate.
Zyronic either heard it or just got lucky.
It looked like he's just pivoting on that skylight. Now he's just looking for an angle onto the Valkyrie herself. However, a lot of people don't think about this. You cannot establish an angle onto the Valkyrie in that position unless you get on top of the skylight. You can actually get on top of the skylight and establish that angle, but you're exposing yourself quite a bit, and she will have a very strong sound cue if you do so. So Valkyrie's position, in theory, powerful. Although if Renewals opens up that window entirely, he will get a line of sight onto her.
Yeah, and like I said, Renewals
actually, I think she's protected by the pillar.
The pillar as well as the little shelving units. That is a very good spot there.
The spot that Wilkie is playing in this particular instance is completely not exposed, and he is maintaining control over this skylight, which is delaying Playing Ducks quite a bit. They need to take control.
Zyronic doesn't see him. He's just got, oh, Wilkie, I wouldn't have done that. I would have let that drone through.
Well, he didn't. He still doesn't necessarily know where she is.
Oh.
Shate elsewhere, getting a pick onto Meepy, who seemed to be pushing up through the red stairs.
Now, Glaz is going to change his position here. That's Zyronic going on down. Shate, like you said, got that one kill. He's here inside of the mine or the train room. But Wilkie, though, picking up that one kill into Zyronic as he tries to go to the window. Now Renewals is going to go for a peek here. Bullets will go flying his way as his shield takes a little bit of damage, it looks like, but it still is intact. Penari and Wilkie are doing a fabulous job. There's only 45 seconds left to go. You've got Meepy and Zyronic down. You've got only 3 attackers left to go. A 5-on-3 coming out of here from Sisu. Now Lackey's going to keep on over here by the pillars of that dining hall and second floor red carpet. Cantor Racketti's finally up, or sorry, not finally, he's still up here inside of the Scar Shop. Going to come down red stairs, not paying too much attention to the drop hatch as there are only 25 seconds, so he knows no one's going to come on down. Cantor Racketti's actually going to capture Lackey here as he tries to get inside, sees the head, misses all the shots. He finally lands it there. I thought he was just going to go haywire and miss every single one of them. But Shotzi's going to pick up another kill here behind the mirror window. Renewals goes for the shots. He gets one, but he still has 4 more to go and will not get them as Shotzi. I think he got a 4K that round there, taken on playing Ducks.
An excellent round from Sisu and Chete in specific going into that round. And we're seeing some very creative things coming out from Sisu. And I didn't know just how much I missed watching Sisu play until I got to see him play again today, because we saw those double shields on their upstairs defense, and then on their downstairs defense, we saw the nice spot coming from the Valkyrie right underneath that skylight. A lot of people don't think about that necessarily, but that spot is pretty, well, indestructible. If you have a player playing underneath you, or another defender playing underneath you, to make sure that none of the attackers can establish control of Red Hall and then pressure you directly from Red Hall, then you cannot be challenged from any angle that you don't want to be challenged from in that specific spot underneath the skylight. And using that spot, they delayed the attacking squad all of their, they didn't delay, they denied flat out the attacking squad all of their upstairs control, and thus won the round.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is in Sisu's favor, as you mentioned, we haven't seen them for a while. I think it's been 3 weeks since we've actually seen them play. Yeah. This is actually coming out by looking at the player statistics here. Playing Ducks, forcing themselves into that decider game, they've shown 54 rounds of their gameplay, where as opposed to Sisu's, I think they've got 24 or 26 rounds shown. Yeah,
they just kind of stomped their way through the winner bracket of the group stages, and now they're looking to try and, well, do the same going into the playoffs, putting themselves in a very dominant position already at map 2 in this series, 1 round up. If they can continue putting themselves in the advantage, it could be dire for playing Ducks.
Now, Cantor Racketti's going to have to play a little bit more secure this time. Last time this picked off very early, and playing Ducks got their victory.
Yeah.
So hopefully he won't be as aggressive, because he will be needed on this site.
He's going to need to get that drop down opened, if nothing else, to just apply pressure onto the playing Ducks squad who are anchoring in the site. Playing Ducks are not applying any pressure upstairs, instead opting to go for what we talked about earlier, full 5-man on the bottom 2 floors.
It seems like a horizontal hold, basically.
Yeah, horizontal hold somewhat. They might have someone in the basement it didn't quite see. All the same, they are not, one player in the basement in Zyronic. He is going to be probably the optimal choice for this, being pulsed with that C4. Will be able to deny any plants onto B if Sisu decides to go for B, although that is unlikely. What playing Ducks is mostly opting for in this defense is a full retake onto the sites themselves. If Sisu manages to establish dominance upstairs, this is the theory behind the strategy. If Sisu manages to establish dominance upstairs, they can open up holes into the site, but hey, there's no players in the site, so what does it matter?
Now, Wilkie and Meepy are, I'm sorry, no, that is Lackey. Lackey and Meepy are both on those half-stairs area. Snooky's also inside of that middle corridor. They, like you said, they're not playing on site. They're going for a retake strategy, and it looks like they're set up fairly well for this.
Yeah, there's actually 0 people playing in either the train or the sites themselves, because they know they don't necessarily need to maintain control over those particular places to deny any of the bomb plants. You can simply shoot through the walls from library itself to deny the bomb plant. And again, you cannot plant the diffuser in the train room. So even though the attackers have control over train now, they can't plant the diffuser here.
Yeah, so this has got to be very confusing for Sisu. You've got a 5-man on-site inside of the train room here.
And here's the castle barricade to slow them down even more, moving their way into wheel.
Now, Wilkie will pick up that first kill into Lackey by half-stairs outside of Reading Room, but Renewals and Snookin are going to get into some engagements here. Snookin takes down one, Meepy takes down another. He's going to take down Bootsy as well for the double kill there. Now, you've just had 3 attackers destroyed. You've got 2 left alive. That's Panari taking down Meepy in return. A 3-on-2. They still have yet to get that diffuser planted. As you said, they need to progress outside of the train room now. This is a reverse strategy here we're seeing from playing Ducks. However, Wilkie does come around with that SMG-11 to take down Renewals inside of the little laundry closet. He's going to get another kill there on a Snookin. What was a 3-on-2 is going to turn into a 1-on-2. Now that's Ironic's going to come back onto site. C4 in hand. He knows that plan is right outside by fireplace. He's going to come on over. Mirror window. I believe it has been opened. He's going to get Wilkie down. Now what Penari needs to do is actually go underneath, potentially. No, he's going to see it around.
Have eyes on the diffuser.
This is it. He just needs to get on inside. I'd use that C4 possibly, or he can open up the door here. Now Penari is just going to wait.
Doesn't have to do anything else in this situation. He is playing against a Pulse, though. That's going to apply a lot of pressure. The C4 coming out from Pulse.
There it is. Zeronic cannot get the final shots. You're going to have shots flying back and forth across each other's head, and Penari will come out on top of that fight.
Well played from Penari to play that very cautiously. He knew where he planted the diffuser against a destructible wall, and if he had heard one melee onto the diffuser itself, he could have just spammed the wall and ended the round. So not a lot of options going in for Pulse, even though he had the diffuser, or sorry, he had the C4 for the versatility, for the mobility. He had his Pulse sensor to give him information. Still, all the cards are in Penari's hands there. Now, what we were seeing from Playing Ducks going into that defense is, in my opinion, very interesting and very revolutionary. Well, I say revolutionary. A different take on the train hold. We've seen teams opt for a hard retake strategy, but almost always they will still leave one player in the train room itself.
Yeah.
And that instance, we saw the complete like just castle off the doorways,
just no one.
put the mirrors looking in, and have everyone play centered around library. And that's what we're doing, guys. That's our strategy. Full retake, nothing else. And it worked for them in the beginning, in my opinion, strategically. I think they came out on top.
So why do you think that Zeronic was called off of the kitchen? It was a 3-on-2 at the time that he got off of kitchen, went over to red stairs, and came up. He was the Pulse underneath. He could have still maintained the fireplace.
I think it was a little bit of a lapse in judgment, honestly. I don't think he was called off the kitchen necessarily. I think in his head he was just going, okay, it's 3-on-2. I just need to bolster my team's numbers, and we'll win this round no problem. He didn't factor in that Wilkie was going to pick off his last two teammates really early going, and his last two teammates were centered around stopping a B bomb site plant. So he must have assumed, oh, I don't need to be under here anymore. So you're right, if he had stayed under there with his C4, he very likely could have stopped that plant. However, it's truly unfortunate that that was not the case.
Yeah, I believe the same thing. I feel like Zeronic, though, was in a better position than his other two teammates to hold down that site.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he could have stayed. Yeah, he could have stayed there. He didn't. It's unfortunate. And now we are seeing the lead stretched even further from Sisu, and they are again on series point. If they, oh wow, a kill.
C4 kill onto Meepy. That's their Twitch. The first time we've seen Twitch tonight.
The lack of a Twitch is going to mean that they will not be able to open up that secondary Mira.
They don't even have another. They don't have Hipana either. They opted for no.
They have
no breaching utility for reinforced walls, which means they're going to go for that cigar push, or they're going to go for the north windows here and try to push in to the A side here.
Playing Ducks still doing the really odd stuff that we just don't see a whole lot of, and so far it's not working out for them. Again, Cantor Raketti gets another pick onto the Buck.
And Wilkie will finally fall by Lackey. That's the Ash. Now a 3-on-4 at the moment. You've got Lackey who's gotten into the cigar lounge, but smokes are going to come out. He's going to try to rush his way in. Shot might be there. He's going to go for the pre-fire. Bullets will land some, but not get the final kills. Penari's going to take down Zeronic, though, as Lackey pushes into the freezer and gets Shate down. A 2-on-3 at the moment before pre-fire happens, but Renewals will take Cantor Raketti down as Boonsy pulls out that SMG-11 to take down the Lackey. Now a 2-on-1 as Renewals is going to work his way up the stairs. You have that double shield tactic again. Penari's sitting right here. He looks through the crates, and he will go for the shots. Destroys the shield, but cannot land the final bullets. The deagle kill will come out from Penari, and Renewals will fall. It's going to be Sisu taking round number 5. I believe it is now match point 4-1.
Again, Sisu with that double shield strategy working spectacularly for them, but for the most part, it just came down to those early picks from Cantor Raketti on the roam and the C4 coming up through the skylight. I mean, that put them in a 5 versus 3-man advantage right off the bat. No challenge coming out from Playing Ducks, and also no breaching from Playing Ducks at the same time. This is just an odd way for them to be handling this. I like the way that Playing Ducks is trying to be different, trying to throw something slightly odd out there, but it's just not working out for them. Sisu is reading into it.
I feel like they have good tactics, good strategies, but they're just not refined to the level that they need to be done at. It's almost like you have the strategy, but you don't have the contingency plans for when that strategy falls apart, where you do have that contingency plan when you've got more well-defined strategies that have been in the meta longer.
I absolutely agree. That's a really good way to look at it. I mean, some of the things that Playing Ducks is doing are just elaborations on stuff that has been around for a while. Like, for example, the full retake strat. That's just going all the way, man. Because we've seen that before. Like we talked about earlier, we've seen it before. It's just usually there's like one guy in train. Like, come on, one guy to hold down the fort for just extra 30 seconds. You know, maybe a smoke. Maybe he can get a pick on the players who are pushing down as they fall into the drop. And that's the thing. Because they didn't play that one guy in train itself, when the attackers were dropping through into train, they couldn't get any of those picks that you're so used to, which are very easy on someone falling through the drop down.
So we are going to see Playing Ducks then try to still hold their top floor. They were unsuccessful previously.
And we are actually seeing breaching abilities coming out from Sisu. They are not bringing the Thermite, which is, we haven't seen, I don't think we've seen one Thermite this entire match between both maps. But they are still bringing the Hibana at least, which is going to lend them at least a bit of versatility going into this attack. Both of these teams opting to, for the most part, go for very fragger-heavy lineups.
Yep.
I like the way that Zyronic's playing this angle.
Now, Lackey will be down in here inside of the restaurant, the cafe entrance, as the VIP section is where Renewals is.
He
They're
just
both
chilling.
working their way here. This is looking like a very heavy roam tactic. They're not on second floor, they're all the way downstairs.
The heavy roam tactic has been working out for Sisu, however, not nearly as much for Playing Ducks so far going into this particular map. It's going to be interesting to see if they can make work of them now. The thing is that Sisu's been watching their flank and waiting for those roams 9 times out of 10, and that's why it hasn't been working for Playing Ducks, whereas Playing Ducks, they haven't been paying attention to their flank, and they have been getting exposed to the Cantor Raketi roam in the later ends of the attack.
I just have to gaze at the fact that there were 3 people looking down at the drop hatch at the same time.
There's no barbed wire going into Cigar at all. There was not one piece of barbed wire. It wasn't destroyed or anything. It just didn't exist. They do have it coming out of Cigar into the bar doorway, but it is odd that they didn't try to put any in Cigar itself.
Now, Zeronic will be working his way down the yellow stairs as Lackey trying to come up behind, trying to come up behind Shate, but Renewal isn't there to receive him.
There are 3 roamers right now coming out from Playing Ducks. If Sisu reads into this and decides to push into the site,
they are going to push in. They're going to see all the smoke come around. Bucci's going to be able to cover from the corner of the small minibar. Now you've got Meepy who's stuck inside of the freezer, but Plant does go down, and the Echo device, the Yokai does not stop it in time. It does get Bucci disoriented. Meepy's going to come on out of the freezer, try to go for the kill there, but Bucci is not going to let it happen. Cantor Raketi's going to get down Meepy, and it looks like he's going to get another kill to Renewals, as Renewals takes down Cantor Raketi in a trade. Snookin's going to get one onto Bucci as Cantor Raketi gets a Claymore kill onto Lackey. A 2-on-2 now with Diffuser planted. Panari will get that kill onto Zeronic, and last man alive is going to be Snookin. He's looking up at the drop hatch where Wilkie is stationed, but behind the cigar lounge is going to be Panari trying to hold down the fort. Now with moments to go, that barbed wire will give away his position. He's going to turn around and Panari will take his head off, and there's going to be GG Sisu taking map 2, 5-1.
Some small innovations coming out from Sisu, putting them in the strategic lead there. Some interesting choices coming out from Playing Ducks, unfortunately actually putting them a little bit behind from what we can see here. Skill-wise, both of these teams performed admirably. It's just, it looks like Sisu played a little bit more to the meta, a little bit with their own interpretation of said meta, and Playing Ducks, they tried to skirt around the edges and do their own thing, and it just did not work out for them. It's truly unfortunate to see, especially on that last round. I mean, we saw they had a Pulse underneath, they had an Echo whose drone wasn't up for some reason, and they let the bomb go down with a Pulse. He still had a C4
still
underneath.
C4, still had Pulse.
There's still an Echo. He could still use his drone, and it just neither of those 2 countermeasures to stop the bomb plant on the destructible floor came out when there was a bomb plant.
As soon as you mentioned that there were 3 roamers like off-site, I was thinking to myself, Sisu is one of those teams that can, at the call of a whistle, can easily push to be super aggressive and get on site and plant it. And that's exactly what they did.
They did just that. You're absolutely right. But the thing is, if Playing Ducks had been reading into that, and they obviously weren't, if they had seen that was happening, if they had expected that aggression, which would make sense given that Sisu knew there were 3 roamers, they saw all 3 of them, then they would have been more ready with, again, the Pulse C4 from underneath, and the Echo drone being already pre-placed to stop the plant, and they just weren't in a position to stop that plant, and it's odd to see when you have such a roamer-heavy setup. come on, Sisu's going to figure that out. They're going to do their aggressive push, and that's when you spring your trap, C4 from underneath, Echo Drone from above, and now the man count's in your favor. They didn't get the bomb plant, and that's the way it's supposed to go. It just didn't go that way.
Yeah, I mean, the roaming strategy works so long as your roamers can get back to site and push on time.
They have to be able to influence the round instead of just being off the site. And the thing about Cafe is, since it's so vertical, they have to be able to influence the round vertically. They have to, because you can cut off red stairs, and Sisu did that. They had a Claymore on red stairs, unlike what we weren't seeing from Playing Ducks, which was no flank hold whatsoever. I mean, we saw one round Cantor Ketty come up the back of red stairs, get a 3K, and normally speaking, a roamer cannot on Cafe can't come up red stairs.
You almost always have someone watching.
You have someone on the drop. You have a Claymore. You have something in position to stop that.
It just seems like Playing Ducks is forgetting about the late game roam. I mean, Cantor Ketty came up the garage ladder inside a clubhouse.
It seemed like they were forgetting about a couple things.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate to see maybe Playing Ducks just a little bit off their game going into that matchup, but all the same, a 2-0 from Sisu, and
Definitely.
I think that's their third 2-0 of this season.
That is their third 2-0. They've been undefeated, haven't lost a single map yet. But we are to take a short break before we get underway with our second game of the evening between gBots and PENTA Sports. This is going to be the culmination of Group B and Group A. Winner will go on to play Sisu in the winner's bracket. The loser will go on to play Playing Ducks in the loser's bracket. Again, congratulations to Sisu for securing their spot at LAN, and Playing Ducks still has an opportunity, but they will have to fight again next week. So ladies and gentlemen, please stick with us as we take just a short break before we move on to our second series. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the rest of our evening here for the European Pro League playoffs. This is round number 1 of the playoffs. We just got finished watching Playing Ducks and Sisu go head-to-head. Sisu coming out on top on both maps, taking on the first map of Clubhouse 5-2, and then Cafe 5-1.
Yeah, it was pretty dominant as well. Some weird, interesting choices coming out from Playing Ducks, unfortunately. Seemed like they were trying to, mold their own way in the meta, and it just didn't work out for them.
I do feel like you said, they were molding their own way, but they didn't. I saw a lack of contingency plans. When people started getting picked off, we didn't see people take over their spots. We didn't see the players try to re-coordinate.
Not just a lack of contingency plans. You're definitely right about that, but also somewhat a little bit of a distancing from the basics of what we see in the current meta, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Again, it just didn't work out for Playing Ducks in this instance because one of Sisu's strengths is their very, very good fundamentals, and it clearly showed in that match.
Yeah, I mean, think about the last round when they had 3 defenders downstairs on Cafe.
Yep.
It was like, okay, they droned out bomb site. They're
push
like,
in.
Smoke. We're good.
Yep.
Smoke, we're good. There was no barbed wire, like you pointed out, inside of the cigar lounge, so they were easily able to maneuver to any angle they wanted to.
Yeah, but all the same, we do have another matchup for you guys today.
We do. It is going to be Penta and gBots. Now, Penta placed first, was the first seed in Group B, and gBots came in second seed for Group A. So they're going to go head-to-head here. But before we get underway with the match, let's take a look at an interview here that we have with Pengu from Penta. Pengu, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Sean. How are you doing?
Splendid, splendid. Thank you for joining us. I want to talk with you and your team about one of the maps that we've seen you play fairly often, Oregon. Oregon's one of those maps that is very diverse. There's pretty much 2 bomb sites that most of the teams pick. But one of the things that I want to talk more about, and in regards to Oregon, if I remember correctly in the past, you've said that your team relies more heavily on in the moment communication, and you don't rely heavily on predetermined strategies. No. Thinking that in terms of Oregon, what would your suggestion be to a team that wants to get to that mentality? How does a team stay successful with that kind of mentality? How do they reach that?
Well, staying ahead when you're playing, on the fly, shot calling and adaptiveness is a lot about knowing, pretty much every single outcome and situation you're going to be facing. So, if you have a set strat, you're going to go A, you're going to go B, and you're going to go C. But if B fails, then how do you get to C? If A fails, how do you get to A? So what we do is that we scrim a lot of teams. We even scrim lower end teams sometimes just to figure out how everyone plays it, not just the elite, but also the bottom tier teams. And we actually tend to find more creativity near the challenger teams. As we see in Challenger League, they're playing different bomb sites, they're playing different metas, because they're not afraid to try out new stuff, and they're not afraid to show new stuff. Okay. And what we saw from Playing Ducks today as well, trying out new stuff on Cafe, that was amazing. But it didn't work, but it was a nice try.
So your philosophy or your suggestion to the community would be scrim as many different teams as possible to get as much variety and as much exposure to different players, different operators, different feelings. How do you think that's benefited your team, other than you're here in the playoffs, obviously, but benefiting your team in the sense that you do have this ability to create different strategies? How do you feel it's worked out so far?
Well, so far I think it's worked out great. Looking at the fact that we've won our games, I think it's been great. I mean, you can't deny with winning games is obviously doing amazing, but we can definitely do better. Something I want to see a little bit more is I want to see more teams do new stuff, right? I want to see Penta as well. I want to see us do new stuff because, as I said, we're not actually the ones making the meta. It's more like we see other teams do it and then we copy it. So I would like to see more pro league teams trying to experiment. Like, that's what I would like to see, and that's how I think we can get it better as well, because them doing different stuff will teach us different stuff as well. So it goes hand in hand.
So if I'm reading into your comment right now, we're going to see Bank, Skyscraper, and Coastline tonight, right?
We are, definitely. And maybe some house as well, right? House, why not?
Maybe some house, throwing some plane with Matt Poole. Doesn't mean anything.
Oh, I mean, Sean, a quick note. We played plane, Sean, against each other on stream the other night. Yes. How did that go, Sean?
I think I lost.
Yes, you did lose.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, but Pengu, we want to thank you for your time. Is there anything else you want to mention out to the crowd before we end the interview?
Yeah, something quick, just real quick. I want to make sure that the viewers and the community understands that when you lose a match, you cannot blame one person. And when you win a match, even though there's a guy top ranking with 10, 15, maybe 20 kills, it's not his single-handedly winning the game. So when someone is underperforming, don't give them too much hate for it. Instead, be the motivation to make them get better. Tell them you can do better, try harder next time. don't, go complete toxic mode and say, you should get kicked, you suck at the game. I don't think that's the way to go.
No, that's a very, very true words. I mean, you have so many support operators that don't necessarily shine on the scoreboard, but shine when you go back and look at how they played. So thank you very much, Pengu, for your insight, and good luck to your team today.
Thank you, Sean.
Absolutely correct.
Very, very wise words from Pengu.
Oh, definitely. Some good insight into the mindset of a pro player in that, he's trying to get that innovation going on at the top tier. Here is his roster, however. Pengu, the guy we just talked to, Falco, Junis, Goga, and KS. Falco is, of course, you all recognize him. He used to play for Youngtis when they won Season 2. Pengu's been on the roster since the get-go. Junis, I believe he used to play for who was it? He played.
Eunice, I think he.
Was it Penta in Season 1?
He might, yeah, so I think what Pengu said originally when we first interviewed him on, I think, Play 1, he said that some of their players actually came out of retirement.
Yeah,
they played Season 1 and 2, took a retirement, came on back.
I know Eunice used to play back in the day, and then he took a break, something going on in his life, but he was one of the top-tier players in the very beginning of the Pro League.
Yep.
And he's back here now for Penta Sports. Again, this is a roster that has been reformed, and now finally they've got a formula that's been working for them, and they're happy with it. And they are not a very strat-heavy team, instead relying on that shot call in the middle of the match. And we heard what Pengu said causes them to have success with that.
Yep.
Is that they're not setting up predetermined strategies, but they understand what they're going to be dealing with going into each and every round. They know the strategies.
They know
have
the
a
meta out there for many of the pro teams, but at the same time, they aren't solidifying themselves to that meta.
Exactly, and because of that, they can adapt around it, but aren't chained by it.
Yep.
So that's a really cool philosophy coming out from Penta, and we'll see if other teams choose to pick it up going into the future.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's a mentality that is overlooked by many teams. A lot of teams think we got to be strat heavy, and here you have Pengu on one of the top teams in EU, possibly in the world, and they're here saying, yes, know the meta, learn the meta, understand the meta, but don't always be controlled by it.
No, yeah, absolutely, and innovate.
Yes,
innovate is an important thing to take from that.
Are we going to see the ESC maps? Are we going to see the skyscraper at the coastline? Maybe.
I mean,
it doesn't sound like Penta's going to try to ban it.
Unfortunately, we don't have an interview for gBots today, but here we do have their roster: Drid, Lion, Barrage, Wesker, and Choi. Again, a very familiar roster coming out from gBots. No surprises there. They are the old-timers, the rough and tough, the been around the block, but unfortunately unable to make their mark so far in the pro leagues. This is their opportunity, making it to the playoffs this season.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be their best chance. They have a quote-unquote 75% chance of making it to land. This will be their first time they make it. They weren't there Season 1, 2, or 3, or the 6 Invitational, but
they've always been present in the league.
They've been in the pro league each and every year,
and they've always been. I've talked to a lot of European teams, and I've heard from them. And gBots always just has this one problem here to hold them back in this season, this one there to hold them back in that season. Maybe a player's not playing up to snuff here, and it's just it always seems like there's one little thing that's beating gBots down, and in this particular season, it's just not hitting them in the same fashion.
Agreed, and I mean, one of the things I want to point out about gBots, like you said, they've been close to the top each and every season. They just haven't reached that peak yet. But looking back to last week, with gBots taking over Millennium, we saw Drid get his technical 5K. We had just Chalet dominated by them. They did very well on that map. And I want to say that gBots, in my eyes, are definitely material that could be land material.
I look forward to seeing what they have to show us today, going up against Penta, and we have to remember Penta, they're an equally powerful driving force going into this match, and they seem very confident.
They do. I mean, confidence is definitely a thing that's going to make a team work well together. You do need to have a level of confidence, not overconfidence, which I don't think these teams have.
No.
So
I think with the way that Penta tries to put forth their team dynamic, I think confidence is a very important part of that formula, as well as synergy and teamwork and communication. And that's another thing that we don't see a whole lot from some teams. Teamwork, communication, that's a given. But synergy, that's something that's lacking in a lot of pro league teams, or even any team in general. And Yeah, we see a lot of that from Penta. We see a lot of that from Ominous. But here we are getting into the ban phase now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see where these teams want to take us today.
Yeah, and you talked about synergy and communication. I feel like synergy and communication are the top two things that will make a team great. And I feel as though there are more hurdles in the European League to accomplish that, in the sense that you have all these different countries, the language barriers. Now, skill can cross those country barriers, those regional barriers, more easily than language skills.
Absolutely.
And so it comes to finding the team that works with you, skill-based, but also communication-wise.
Yeah. See exactly where these guys want to go. I mean, we were hearing from Penta didn't lead us into believing anything really when it came to map picks or bans, but
we just we like projecting that coastline ban.
Yeah, we're trying to imagine that they're going to bring us to a map that we're not necessarily expecting. However, it's kind of hard to predict with these two teams. There is a very wide map pool for both of them. They have historically been comfortable going to the majority of the maps in the Pro League. I'm thinking that gBots are more likely to ban out the DLC maps, but we'll find out. They will more than likely get banned either way. Consulate coming out from gBots and Chalet from Penta. So no DLC maps quite yet. Coastline, no, there it goes.
gBots, come on. So when I think of each and every team, when you tell me a team name, automatically I have one or two maps in mind that I'm like, that is their map. For gBots, I don't have that. When you mention gBots to me, there's no map that says this is their map, which makes me think that they are basically a jack of all trades on many of these maps here.
We've talked about it a lot, how gBots have been around for a long time, and they have had the time to gather experience on all the maps, as we talked about. So they're going to not favor the DLC maps as much, but we will be seeing Skyscraper coming out, as it was not banned. Consulate, Coastline, Clubhouse from gBots, Chalet, Bank, Border from Penta.
And that's Oregon, Cafe, and Skyscraper that we'll be seeing here.
I think okay, well, we talked about not necessarily a map that's gBots map, but I think Bank is actually one of the maps that gBots prefers. So that makes sense coming from Penta. The Chalet ban also making sense is it's not one of Penta's preferred maps as in themselves as a team.
Yeah, I think it weighs more towards other teams than theirs because they do have a wide variety of capabilities on many maps. So they're like, let's take away the primary maps of our teammates or of our opponents.
So we see exactly who wants to go where. I'm not going to expect, a Cafe pick.
Right off the bat here from gBots.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, Skyscraper is not likely to be picked by gBots or even Penta for that matter, but if it were to be one team, it would be Penta.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't expect Skyscraper for gBots.
No.
But the decider map, we're going to see Oregon? Or I
want to see this decider map either way.
Yeah, we're likely to see.
Hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll see Skyscraper. It is the decider map. Oregon being picked from Penta. It is a map that we've talked about. Penta actually being very familiar with. Historically, it's a map that they're comfortable on. So we have to wonder if gBots, they read into that. They decided, all right, we know you play Oregon. We know how you play Oregon. We're going to counter-strat you. And if it will work for them or not, because we just talked to Penta, they don't necessarily do hard strats.
Correct.
So can you counter-strat that? That is the question. However, these are our maps. Cafe, Oregon, Skyscraper.
That is the question of the night. How do you counter-strat a non-strat team?
Yeah.
You just got to be on the fly and unpredictable as much as they are. But like we said, Cafe is the first map we're going to be playing. You've got Cafe, Skyscraper as the second or as the third map, and Oregon as the second map. I feel like all three of these maps rely heavily on roaming. Like, they all can have a very distinct and heavy roam game.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think Oregon's probably the least of all of those when it comes to roamers. Yes, you can have a very distinct roam game, but it's distinct and unique at the same time, in that it's not as effective necessarily as the other two maps because you can get cut off pretty easily from your team. But there are many different options going on to all three of those maps for the roamers.
Now we are going to get underway with our first map of the night here for this series between gBots and PENTA Sports. We're here on Cafe, and PENTA. Going to be on defense to start.
Yeah, they're going to be starting it on defense, like you said. gBots, they're going to be starting on attack. Twitch, Hibana, Blackbeard, Ash, Buck coming out from gBots. Jaeger, Bandit, Amira, Castle, Smoke from PENTA. No surprises on either of these rosters. Still no Thermite coming out so far in this first playoff day in Europe.
Yeah, we haven't seen any, like you just said.
Not one.
Tonight, Thermite's been non-existent. I wonder if he's been banned.
No. Surprisingly, no Glass coming out, however, from the gBots lineup. I think, if I recall correctly, they actually have not been favoring the new meta of things. They prefer to go with the old. Neglecting the Glass, neglecting the Montaigne for the most part. We'll see if it works out for them going into this particular match. There is going to be a mirror, however, speaking of new meta, coming from Penta, and that makes a lot of sense. They will be using it, obviously, on this bathroom and freezer looking into piano. Falco is going to be opening up that hole preemptively, and then the drop down subsequently in the cigar lounge. And what that's going to give him is a line of sight onto any attacking operators progressing through that cigar door into the bar.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that we've seen a little bit different that I remember about Penta doing before was we saw where Mira was setting up her windows inside of the freezer and inside of the bathroom on that top floor. They reinforce the wall in between and have an impact grenade that they can go a little bit further away and cross sections instead of opening up right between the two windows.
Yeah. And that gives them a little bit more of a protected flank. However, it still is exposed. It's kind of a little bit of a best of both worlds. You've got the slightly less exposed, but at the same time, you've got the same exact versatility, and that you can now rotate through bathroom. We're going to be seeing gBots looking like they're going to be poising themselves to take control of piano.
They are making sure that the batteries are gone and that there's no bandit going to try to trick it, which that's not a typical battery tricking spot. You just put your batteries there and get on out.
Yeah.
Eunice, however, will be on second floor, white stairs, as Falco is going to be inside of the reading room. So they're having a 3-2 split at the moment with, I want to say that is Choi, might be trying to work his way in.
And Penta, they are going for what seems like a slightly roamer-heavy hold here. They have the smoke downstairs. That is abnormal as a roaming operator, but if it works, it works. And he is going to be able to play off some nice holes that have been opened up in the library looking towards Choi. Choi is going to choose to challenge it directly, though. See if it works.
He's got to be careful of above and gets rid of the camera first, gives away his position, and decides to back on out as Eunice is actually positioning himself onto this red carpet on the second floor. Wesker's actually on the red stairs here, right behind Eunice. All he's got to do is push on down and possibly get a pinch here.
Choi is going to drone, but he's going to see the smoke and not the bandit. And as such, he might get caught off guard when he pushes in.
Now Choi's going to move in forward here. All Eunice has to do is look around. He's going to do it. He picks off the head there of Choi. KS goes down, however, and Penko takes that shotgun to take Baraz down. Instantly, a 5-on-5 turned into a 4-on-2, or sorry, a 4-on-3, as Wesker's still here on the front stairs. Now it does look as though we've got our smoke injured inside of the mining room. Eunice trying to hold on to the back stairwell, trying to make sure Goga's got his flank covered. Goga does pick off Lion. A 3-on-2 going here as we have 40 seconds remaining. Drid's going to work his way up to the piano room. His diffuser has been dropped there. Wesker's working his way onto the second floor, right by red stairs. Goga's situated in a very nice position, waiting for Wesker to peek in.
He knows he has the diffuser there and 25 seconds on the clock, and all he has to do is stay here prone and wait. He has Castle close proximity with the diffuser. He's going to challenge the Buck and win.
And the rappel comes in. Wesker will down him, and now he's going to move going over towards the corner, but it will not get the shot. Wesker has picked up diffuser with 10 seconds to go. He's going to go against Junis here inside of the bar, as well as Wesker. I'm sorry, Wesker's moving on forward, and he does get picked off by Eunice.
An excellent round from Penta. Very dynamic hold there. You saw gBots, they tried to make their standard push into the piano and into the red stairs and then cigar. And every step of the way, seemingly, Penta was there to answer it, was there to take off one of the gBots players and then fall further back into the site. As well as that Ashe trying to challenge those roamers downstairs. Unfortunately, bit off a little bit more than she could chew and exposed herself without any teammates to trade her back.
They capitalized on the trades each and every time, or they got one above the trade and then pulled back, like you said, back onto site.
Yeah, it was just a really well, I liked it. It was tapered. It was well tapered from Penta in that they're just like, okay, 1 and step back, and 2 and step back. It's like a fine dance with them. They know exactly what their objective is, but they're not trying to force anything out, which we have, you know, again, hard strategy is not necessarily a bad thing. We don't need to hamper on it, but it's a beautiful way that Penta tries to go about holding the site without forcing anything. And I really, it is something, I appreciate seeing it, especially after what we just watched with Sisu. They are the sort of hard strategy team, and it works for them tremendously, but it's a nice mix-up, nice change of pace.
But what we are going to see come out of PENTA Sports this time around is Monty, his first appearance here tonight, and we're also going to have IQ.
And Wesker will be peeking onto the north spawn. This is a very predictable peek, and I hasten to say he might get pre-fired. The Montaigne, however, going to be the first one he sees, and he will fall back as such, as he knows he's been spotted. majority of the attackers spawning on the north side of the building. And yeah, again, the Montaigne, it's going to be interesting to see how exactly they choose to use him going into this round.
Yeah, I feel like what we might see is a push from Cigar into the bar. You're going to have KS underneath, making sure Pulse isn't there for the C4 toss.
Yeah, you know, I agree with you, but more often than not, we'll see a Glass come out instead of a Montaigne because, again, we've talked about this so many times, but he can fill a similar job, and at the same time, he can still kill people very effectively. So it's interesting to see that the Penta has opted to go with the Montaigne rather than the Glass in this instance.
Now we are going to see Drid still underneath. KS. Here getting on top of the floor with Pengu and the rest of his team. So yes, here it is, the Cigar push. Looks like Pengu's going to try to get rid of this barbed wire himself instead of utilizing the utilities of the nades that his teammates have. And now there's no more barbed wire preventing this push from Pengu.
So we are actually seeing the very first Thermite, I think you mentioned it earlier, we're seeing the very first Thermite of today's Playday. At the same time, Drid gets a pick onto Junis, who was the roamer hunter seemingly in this equation. But playing that Hibana, that means that they're going to struggle getting open those mirror windows later into the attack.
Now, Pengu has pushed his way into the bar. He knows that Lion is inside the freezer. K is trying to hold down the flank of the white corner here. Goga will pick up Wesker, though. That's going to be Thermite taking down the smoke. Lion still giving away his position here, but Baraz will take down Goga, and the C4 from underneath destroys Pengu. That is going to be KS's job to make sure that doesn't happen, and he failed to do so as he's here on top of the red stairs. Now a 2-on-4 positioning here, as it is going to be 1/3 of the round left to go. You've got Drid. He knows KS is here. He's inside of the mining room, looking to see where KS is going to be. All he's got to do is pull out that electronic sensor to spot him. Will not do so as Baraz is going to take him down. Falco's going to be the last attacker alive in a 4-on-1. He's going to try to drop quickly, goes for the pre-fire, takes him down. He's got control of bar at the moment, but he does have Lion inside of the freezer. He goes for the shots, but it is not enough. The Victor will take off his head, and we're going to have gBots securing round 2.
So an excellent interpretation of an attack there coming out from Penta, but unfortunately, as you said earlier, KS, he just did not secure the bottom floor, and because of that, Pulse was free to C4 from underneath and stop that Montaigne plant. Everything was going Penta's way, except for, again, not enough control downstairs. And I think that is also partially, not necessarily KS's fault. You could also attribute it to the fact that Hibana got picked off so early in the round, and that seemingly was also her job as well. All the same, Penta now 1-to-1 with gBots. Both of these teams being very successful on their upstairs defense, not so much on their upstairs attack. And we will be seeing Penta going into their train room defense.
We are, and what we're going to see come out of here is, again, more Castle, more Valkyrie, Smoke, Mira, and Bandit. What we're not going to see is necessarily the Pulse this time around. And that's typically what we've seen in the past, because from a top-down approach, you don't see too much of the Pulse.
Yeah, no, I feel Pulse is useful at in some instances, but in this case, if they're not going to be going for, if they're not going to be going for a hard anchor on the site, it might not be as useful as you could. As like, for example, a Valkyrie, who, yes, you can see and shoot her cameras, but there's a lot of creative places you can hide a Valkyrie cam, especially on Cafe. And you can get that same amount of information that you can with a pulse sensor, but in a nice, neat little package that your entire team can see.
Now we are underway here in round number 3. Attack phase has begun. We've got a 3-2 split from the defenders.
Ooh, Choi is choosing to rush on into the site right here.
He's going right on in. He's already inside the site, but he's going to turn around and just die immediately. Falco turns the corner at the perfect time and will take down Choi. Wesker will also go down by Goga here.
So already 2-man advantage in favor of Penta, and that's due to the extreme aggression coming out from gBots. Bears is looking to trade it back, but unfortunately the Valkyrie thinks better of that engagement and runs away. And now gBots are in a tricky situation. They do, however, have Mira trapped in that freezer, and they might be able to secure a kill off of that, assuming the drop down has not already been opened.
I have to wonder, if Choi got into the bomb site, what was he going to do?
Yeah, that's the question. Unfortunately, going against a team like Penta, I really don't think that that's the right strategy. Rushing in like that can be useful. Well, as I say that, Lion, he gets a kill onto Penta from the skylight. Penta KS from the skylight. That was the Mira who was trapped in the freezer. The drop down, unfortunately, not being open in that freezer, thus not allowing her to rotate.
Now, last time Choi tried to challenge the Bandit and I think it was Pulse or Smoke inside of the reading room. This time it looks like it was going to be Blackbeard, but he's deciding not to. So Baraz is going to just stay here. He actually got up to the balcony or onto the windowsill and got inside with Drid here on the bar.
So they do have a man deficit. However, they have established control upstairs, and at the same time, they still have plenty of time to make the push down into the site itself. There is a Valkyrie playing in the piano. She's going to vault out the window and rotate back into the site. A very smart and calculated play there, knowing that nobody is on that terrace. Drid is opening up holes into the floor to try and establish lines of sight onto the defenders in the library. It's going to be unlucky as of this moment, not catching anyone, just barely missing Castle there on his legs.
All right, so with 45 seconds to go, we have a 4-on-3 with Baraz here in the back reading room corridor. He's looking to see if Castle's going to make his way through, but to his hard left of Baraz is going to be, I forget who that is. That is going to be Valkyrie. Looking around, and it looks as though Drid picks up Falco, but Goga is going to take down that Blackbeard as Baraz will fall. Junis, though, taking down Drid. A 3-on-1. Blind's going to be the last one alive. He's inside a reading room, but he's got a castle wall preventing his escape. Eunice knows he's there. He's going to try to pre-fire a little bit more. Pengu's coming around with his SMG-11 in hand. He goes for the shots on the line, but it looks like Eunice will get that final shot, and the bullets will go flying, and Penta will win round number 3.
So gBots rushing in a little bit foolhardily and putting themselves at a man disadvantage early on, and then further into the round, struggling to maintain upstairs control, wasting a lot of time challenging the Mira and the Valkyrie and losing people, or losing attacking operators in the process as well, causes Penta to nice and neatly just be able to rotate back into the site and hard hold to lock out the round. An unfortunate start for this map coming out from gBots, but it has, again, so far been entirely defender-sided. So if the pattern continues, gBots will be able to win this train room defense and put themselves back into even score.
Yeah, I don't know if the pattern is going to continue exactly because they aren't. I don't think Penta's going to be the ones to charge right in like Choi did.
No, that was a weird decision. I could see that working. I was trying to say this earlier, but I could see that working going against a hard strategy-based team that is very rigid. But going against a team like Penta, they're going to be playing dynamically and fluidly. They're going to be waiting for something just like that. I mean, anyone's really going to be waiting for it. I just don't see it being the right decision. However, I doubt we'll see it coming from gBots any other time in this match. It is likely they were just trying to catch Penta unawares, and it just didn't happen.
What it looked like was just a spur of the moment, hey, I see this opening, let's go for it.
Yeah, no barbed wire along my track. I'm going to make it and see what happens. But I think it also, you can attribute a lot of the reason that it didn't work to the way that Penta set up their library. They opened up a ton of holes. Not necessarily in expectation of that, mostly I think just for their own rotation, but because of that, there was a direct line of sight onto what Ash was doing.
It was a side effect of their defensive setup.
Right, so here we have, again, another Montaigne coming out from Pengu, and this is really interesting to see. In the past, Pengu, he's been a Blackbeard player, but on Cafe, he's opting for the most part, straight up a Montaigne. And it's going to be curious to see if he's going to try to go for just a waltz into sight, smoke it off, and plant backwards sort of strategy again. Penta trying to establish dominance on the upstairs, slowly but surely. Not taking any unnecessary risks, not rushing in.
Now we will see KS, like I said, just right at the top of the stairwell. Pengu actually gets off of the top of Bakery, works his way from the bottom of these red stairs. Moving on forward now, the mirror window has been opened up. I don't know if that was intentional by the defenders or if it got pre-opened up by Pengu earlier.
I think it might have been intentional. There's no reason to like have it not be open per se, and it is going to lend the Mira a good line of sight onto players coming from red. However, Goga looking to set themselves up to what we saw from.
All he's going to have to do is just pre-fire. This is going to be a dual pre-fire. They're going to hit Pengu a little bit, I think.
Yeah,
but he will go full shield and turn towards the bullets.
All that gBots are trying to do there is stop the Thermite from opening up that red wall. And if they're successful in that, they're stopping Penta's strategy here cold. The Thermite, however, has gone off, and Pengu is going to inch his way into the site. He does have the diffuser, and he's looking to get the plant.
Now he's being very cautious of that mirror window. They know it's there and opened up. Wesker actually progresses into the mining room. You've got Goga at the top of red stairs. Drid trying to come around from the cubby. C4 gets tossed out, will not do any damage. Pengu trying to de-shield himself and go for Wesker. Looks like KS gets that shot onto Drid though. Now Pengu trying to dance with the devil here as flashbangs go flying in. Wesker is totally blind. Doesn't see Pengu coming around. He will get the shot down. KS also gets Choi. Falco's going to get a kill of his own. It's a 5-on-1. You've got Baraz who will then be taken down by Eunice. It is a flawless round by Penta. A tremendous flank and collapse by PENTA Sports.
Not only that, but the very first attack win on the board and putting them in a sound 3-1 lead. And what a round it was as well. The way that PENTA played that, you saw that they had a very obvious idea. Well, they're very, well, you could say a strat. Let's do the barrage thing. We'll come into red stairs, we'll open up the red wall, and we'll get the diffuser in the corner next to the trophy case. That's our strategy. And then, once gBots put themselves in a position to counter that strategy, once they started actively moving against it, PENTA responded to that by backing up and then rotating around and collapsing on the gBots defense. You saw KS, he just went upstairs, vaulted over the railing, and killed the player who was outside of Red Hall. I mean, it was a very good adaptation coming from PENTA.
It's almost like take out the first responders sort of mentality. You go in, you cause a little havoc, you let everyone collapse on in, and then you come around and finish them off.
And they are very clearly using Montaigne for just that purpose, causing a little bit of panic, forcing gBots to respond. And as you said, on that response, they then act. And it's a great bait and switch coming from PENTA. We'll see if it continues to work for them going into these cafe attack rounds. However, they are back onto an upstairs defense. Again, this site did work very well for them in the past. And if they continue that trend, it will be a 4-1 match point in favor of PENTA on this first map of this best-of-3 series.
Now, I did see a castle barricade on the freezer, a little bit different.
Yeah, on the freezer, I didn't actually quite catch it, but I'm curious. This is nice what Barrage is doing here. He is setting himself up on these A windows, which is going to allow him to have a bit of a pinch line of sight as his team pushes their way through the standard cigar door.
Now he does have to be wary though. There's no
there's
Claymore,
no Claymore
or anything. I mean, Goga has the potential to jump out. Right now he's stuck inside of the A-bomb site, but
and knowing PENTA, they would do that, right?
Yeah, PENTA can be very aggressive like that at the spur of a moment, so you have to be very cautious as Baraz.
Ooh!
Oh, he's going to go for the shots, but it doesn't land. He heard the reinforcement starting to get placed, goes for the wall bang.
I think he hit him once, so at least a little bit of damage, maybe on the shoulder or something happened there. Apart from that, gBots, they haven't really progressed very much going into the site itself. They're starting to only just now open up an avenue moving into Cigar. Blackbeard's going to reposition himself onto the piano walls, and this is, piano windows, and this is similar to what we saw from them on their very first upstairs attack, and PENTA are playing it in the same way.
Oh, Junis is going to jump on out, and he actually takes down Baraz, as what we were expecting on the other side. Now Eunice will get back on inside as no one else is repelled. He's going to go all the way downstairs into the bakery connector and come on up red stairs for a later on flank, but Choi's already anticipating it.
The question is, will Junis anticipate the anticipation? And he does. He waits patiently at the bottom of those red stairs, not choosing to flank unnecessarily. And because of that, Choi, he is stopped watching the flank. And there's Pengu with a nice pick.
And Lion gets a trade, though, onto him. Now we do have Falco underneath, under the camera in the corner, main hallway of that second floor. Eunice has migrated himself on over. Choi will go down by Eunice. He's going to look up at the top of the red stairs and not see anyone just yet, but Wesker is working his way down. There's only 2 attackers left to go in 50 seconds for it to all unfold.
And now Wesker, 50 seconds, as you said, he's got to focus on his flank as well as pushing into the site, and he just cannot do both. Unfortunately, Lion isn't doing much in that he's simply holding the piano, and they're stuck at an impasse now. They've got to watch 3 angles with 2 players against 4.
Now, PENTA's doing a wonderful job here. They are distracting gBots. They know that there's lurkers underneath. They know that there's roamers around the site. So what happens now is they just sit, hold soft angles, wait for gBots to push in. They are outnumbered by 2 men. Wesker's feet are going to be spotted, but he does get that jump onto Goga and annihilates him. It's a 3-on-2 at the moment with 15 seconds to go. You heard it right there. Lion's got to push on in. He's got the diffuser. Goes for the shots there on the KS, but cannot get it through the shield. Wesker has now managed to get on the inside, but he doesn't have the diffuser. He's got to rush in, but there's a castle barricade. He's going to move on over and will not get the shot to the reinforced wall, and there's going to be round number 5.
You saw
all done.
You saw him there. He actually, at the end, tried to pull out his diffuser and maybe get the plant down, but he didn't actually have a diffuser on him. So, unfortunately for gBots, now match point for PENTA. And I think that round mostly came down to the roamer game and the lack of gBots' response to said roamer game. They didn't know exactly how to handle it. They didn't put any claymores down on the next to the windows they were rappelling on, and as such, when that vault came out from PENTA, there was no response whatsoever, and then even after that, there was no response to the roamers. You need to have either a you need to either compartmentalize the roamers and force them to not have any options as roamers, which is to like put claymores down, have someone watch the flank, and they'll get picked off as they try to make it affect your attack, or you need to get aggressive on those roamers and force them into the site or kill them. Those are your two options when dealing with a very strong roamer game, which is what you're seeing from Penta here. And unfortunately, gBots, they're just not able to execute either of that. They're just getting stuck in between the anchors and the roamers and just getting picked off one by one.
Agreed. And I mean, gBots is going to try their second attempt at being upstairs. Or their third attempt, I think. Yes, third attempt. This is round number 6.
They have, as of yet, I don't think they've won. No, they won. No.
They won their first one.
They won their first one.
Correct.
So because we were seeing a very much a defensive-sided map in the early rounds, and now it's completely slanted towards Penta. So if gBots is going to start their comeback, this is going to be the round. Well, obviously this has to be. It's required to be the round that they come back. However, they have a chance on it, as again, this was the very first and the only site that they were victorious on.
And we saw all 5 members of Penta start out by that main street, start out by the docks. And right away, you're seeing some bullets fly into the side of Eunice here.
That was from Wesker. He was standing on top of one of the wooden tables. That was an interesting spawn peek angle. I have not seen that one before. All it did was light up Eunice, though.
Did spook him out a bit. Choi still favoring these white stairs here. Drid's going to be inside of the train museum.
We're gonna see. It's gonna be interesting to see how Penta chooses to handle this particular roaming game, because again, this is a site that has favored gBots for the most part.
I'm curious as to why that Hibana pellet is sticking on that window.
I don't know what the plan was with that Hibana pellet.
I think in general the Hibana was trying to get rid of the ADSs.
That might have, that's likely it.
But I was just curious why the one stuck
the plant
there.
coming down from Pengu, just simply waltzing into
middle.
the site.
C4 will not do the damage to it, but the gas will. He does not get it off in time, but Eunice and Goga going to get a triple kill here, taking down Choi, Wesker, and Drid. The smoke grenade from Wesker, like we said, showed up and took down Pengu. The plant does not successfully go down, but they have managed to take out 3 of the defenders here with a minute and a half left to go.
So that was great by Penta to bring back the odds into their favor after the plant failed to go down.
Now we have more people that have dropped on site. Lion's going to be inside a freezer. Plant will go down, but I don't see bullets flying his way. Barrage is going to move on over. He gets another kill down to 3-on-2, 3-on-1 as Falco gets the trade. gBots has 1 defender left. That's going to be Lion. He's inside of the freezer against 2 attackers from Penta. You've got Hibana and you've got Glaz.
As long as they peek him together, they should have a good chance of winning this. But at the same time, Lion, all he has to do is wait for sound cues and wait a whole minute.
Now, Eunice is very much hurt, so he will be the one to drone out, and Glaz will be the one to most likely execute.
As of this moment, he has neglected to drone out the actual position of Lion, though, passing on the library. And I think Lion's going to read into that. He moves his way back into freezer, but, oh, the Eunice drone will catch him.
So Eunice is going to go for a pre-fire here, but he is super low on health, so I wouldn't expect him to fully engage on this just yet. He's trying to get rid of the barbed wire. There are 30 seconds to go. Glaz still up top, but he will drop. And Lion did hear that, so now you're going to see some shots go through. Goga picks up the diffuser. You're going to have Eunice try to hold it down. However, Lion gets a shot. He's going to come around. He gets the clutch here, taking down Eunice with one shot and then moving right on to Goga.
I believe that was a 4K. It was at least a 3K. And a well-played round from Lion, taking very, very patient on that going into that round, knowing that Penta, they're going to attempt to go for the diffuser plant yet again, and they did time after time, and I can't help but feel that that's what cost Penta that round in the end. They've tried so hard to force out the diffuser plant right in front of that bar, and it just didn't work out for them. They kept losing players to that. They lost 3 players simply to trying to plant the diffuser when they had such a man advantage. Seems unnecessary.
Agreed.
However, gBots putting themselves in a position for that comeback, and a well-deserved comeback if they can make it happen. Still, though, match point for Penta, and they are going to be now defending the train room.
See, I think the assumption, I think Penta played that very nicely. The assumption they made was after they droned out the freezer and they droned out Mira, they probably assumed Mira went down and dropped through the hatch. That could have been something they thought, because the hatch was open. She could have come around for a flank potentially. That's why he felt comfortable. Because
I don't think that's the case. I think it just came down to the Hibana the Glaz put his trust into Hibana. That's what happened there.
Yeah.
And it should have been the other way around because the Glaz has more DPS and has more HP. He's gonna win the engagement with the against the Mira. I don't think that that's what they thought. That's what happened because they would have heard it. And apart from that, Mira is super slow.
Agreed.
She is crazy slow. She wouldn't have made it back in time. And if she had C4, maybe she could have made something work. But I think she had already used it.
Yeah. I think you're right. The reason I was thinking that they made that assumption is because I would have expected Glaz to actually push the left side of Freezer while Eunice held down the right side. That's what I was expecting.
If he had pushed that left side of Freezer, we saw if he actually had decided to peek that, he might have gotten the kill onto the Mirror. Instead, he stayed crouch, and instead went for the diffuser, and again, that's what cost Penta that round, is they kept going for that diffuser.
Yeah.
However, now, Penta on the defense again for Train, and gBots looking to take control of Piano. And this is what they've been doing so far on this Train attack. They've been unsuccessful in taking Train as of this moment, but this time they are choosing not to simply rush into the building. And this is what we expected. We didn't think that they would do that twice. Wesker getting very aggressive, however, on to the Cigar, is aware of Junis's presence in Piano.
Yeah, so we're going to have Barrage trying to hold down Eunice. They know that there's a mirror window inside of the freezer. We're going to see Drid actually open up that soft wall. Bullets will go flying in as Junis does get picked off by Wesker moving into the Cigar Lounge. Early first kill here for gBots.
It's interesting that Penta decided to play in the Piano but not reinforce those red to Piano walls. That meant Junis was very exposed, and because of that, Penta will entirely retreat from the top floor, defaulting it to gBots. Now, it's looking very good for gBots to bring this back into overtime if they can keep this round in their favor. Not quite overtime if they win this one, but the momentum.
I'm trying to figure out where the rest of Penta is. I've seen two players. You've got KS back on site as Mira.
So Falco,
you've got Goga underneath.
Goga's playing in the basement. Falco's playing outside Red
I see
Hall.
Falco now, okay.
Pengu is playing in the A site and KS in the B site. gBots is going to be opening up holes in the floor/ceiling to try and gain the lines of sight onto these players, but they're playing very, well, like, fluid. They're not necessarily sitting in any of the static spots. You can see Pengu, he's playing by the A bomb.
About to get his feet seen. There's going to be a shot there.
Oh.
He's going to navigate out of the way, and he looks on up, and the SMG-11 is just going to go by Blackbeard.
Oh, that is unfortunate. He looked for the opportune moment to take his shot, and it just bit him in the butt that he waited so long. And now we are seeing the man advantage being evened out, and only 30 seconds left for the attacking squad. They are going to choose to hit A.
They haven't opened up the wall yet, to my knowledge, and so with that, it's going to be a soft wall here, so they will get it opened up very early. Or not early, but very quickly. Pengu, though, gets another kill here onto Wesker. Now he's prone right next to the hole, but his laser sight might give it away. No, Choi's going to go down. He's going to come around the window with another shotgun. Goes for the shot. He gets Lion down. Another kill here. He's going to go for the knife there, and with 7 seconds to go, Drid drops into sight. He's going to pick up one kill, but he's the last man alive, and Pengu with a 4K here.
A 4K from Pengu and an excellent round from Penta overall, and it is unfortunate from Baraz that he didn't just shoot the feet. I mean, that's a 2-armor dude. You're going to kill him in like 3-4 shots, even if you're shooting his legs.
Yeah.
You just go for it. All the same, a couple mistakes by gBots, and some fantastic plays from Penta overall. And I think that really, that last round did come down mostly to Pengu's excellent smoke play, staying alive in the A-bomb site, knowing that he's not being pressured from that balcony whatsoever, and he's allowed to move freely in the site itself.
Yeah.
I mean, gBots, they opened up the train room, but we've seen this time and time again, and it's becoming much more prevalent in this current meta on Cafe, in that you don't have to sit in train room to hold the site. And Pengu proving just that by playing in the actual wheel room itself. And normally in the older metas, you'll see that wheel room being pressured from the window on the balcony. But it's just not coming out from gBots in this instance. And it's interesting. Penta, they did a very similar attack coming from the red stairs, but it worked for them because they played around the way that the defenders were trying to counter said attack. So they knew what was going to be happening. There's going to be a player outside of red stairs, there's going to be a player in the site itself, and they put themselves in position to kill said players. And we weren't seeing that from gBots.
Yeah, and I mean, Pengu definitely shined that last round.
Absolutely.
I think one of the flaws that gBots had there was that Blackbeard not going for the early shots onto his feet. At the very least, like you said, there's going to be a couple shots to take him down, but at the very least, you're going to catch him off guard instead of him turning around already expecting to look up through the floor.
Yeah, it's just truly unfortunate, but I mean, you could say, oh, well, if he got that kill onto Pengu, who later went on to go to 4K, then maybe they would have won that round, kept their dream alive, but at the same time, all of the other Penta players were playing up to par in that matchup. So, who knows what could have happened? It is what it is, and now we are going to be seeing the next map.
Yeah, so our next map is going to be Oregon, which is a map we haven't seen yet this evening, but we've seen it quite often.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout the Pro League. You're absolutely right. It's a good map. It's a good all-rounder, strategy-based / fluid dynamic. You know, it can be played however a team chooses to play it. I think it's in tune with Chalet or even Cafe, which is what we just saw.
I would say so. I think Cafe is one of the maps that plays a little bit like it. Not much, because Cafe's more vertical, I feel like.
I feel like Cafe's more fluid for the defenders, right?
Yes.
The defending squads, they have a lot of options. You have that gigantic cut down the middle on the top floor, which a lot of people take for granted. That actually allows for permanent roaming. You cannot stop, as an attacker, a roamer from choosing to come off of the site and then flank you at any point, unless you're fully controlling both of the staircases. So I feel like there's a lot more fluid for the defenders, but as for the attackers, I feel like the attacks have become a little bit more stringent.
Yeah.
We're seeing almost all of these teams on an upstairs attack. Some of them will open up the piano wall. Some of them will attempt to take control of piano, but each and every one of them are pushing through Cigar.
I think one of the things that resembles, that I can make a comparison between both Cafe and Oregon is Kitchen on Oregon seems like a very centralized defensive location, as Reading Room is on Cafe. We see a lot of teams stationed inside a Reading Room trying to hold down their mining or fireplace, as well as on Kitchen in Oregon for the top floor bomb site. We see a lot of teams trying to defend that Kitchen.
Yeah,
like trying to hold down Kitchen, not as the bomb
kitchen,
site.
And I'm like, people don't defend the Kitchen bomb site.
No, not bomb site for Kitchen, but just trying to place defenders in there to prevent that vertical play. And the same thing happens with you have Pulse or Castle or Smoke, whoever it may be, inside of the Reading Room on Cafe.
Yeah, but whatever the case be, we are actually going to be getting straight into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Oregon, map number 2 in this best of 3 gBots versus Penta. Penta taking the first map. This is, I think this is actually Penta's pick.
This is Penta's pick, yes.
So what we just witnessed on Cafe was actually what the map that gBots wanted to bring themselves to. So that is unfortunate that they could not have a stronger showing there. Hopefully, they have practiced a little bit more going into Oregon, and they will have a better chance of it up against Penta. I feel like the way that Penta plays as a team, as a unit, as a whole, is directly counter to the way that gBots handles themselves.
Yes. Yeah, to me, I feel like what we see with Penta is I would say one of the most fluid teams out there today.
Oh, absolutely. And the great thing about their fluid, like their dynamic play, the way they pivot around the enemy team instead of simply trying to, create friction by, going straight up against them brute force. The way that they handle that is also partially in tune to the fact that they understand the strategies. They're not just boycotting strat. They're not like, we're not a strat-based team. We're just gonna rely on our skill and our fragging potential. That's all we do. That's not them. No, they have tremendous game sense and tremendous game knowledge, and more importantly, an understanding overall of how strategy works in this game and where the meta is as it stands. So they can pivot around that, and then using that to great effect. Now, however, it is going to be Penta defending upstairs, which makes a lot more sense, I think, compared to a downstairs when it comes to this team. First, and then it will be gBots attacking said upstairs site. Penta have established, as you were talking about, in the kitchen.
They have established in the kitchen, but I'm more curious about the hold of Master Bedroom. If you go up top floor, you're going to see the mirror window facing Master Bedroom, but also a side shield, which I haven't seen yet placed before.
I can't quite see it. There it is. All
now,
right.
look, if we're looking at Falco, that's the castle over there by the main stairwell. We're going to see him place a side shield there and a Jaeger device. So he's basically just fortifying himself outside of the bomb site in that main corridor.
Yeah, that's going to lend a lot of control on the east side of the building if it is that gBots opt to go for an armory / master take. It doesn't look like that's what they're setting themselves up to do, but they could always adjust later in the round, given that they can run on those rooftops. So, yeah, a nice position from Falco, and I think it could lend a good advantage for Penta overall as a team. Troy choosing to play this big window. Not going to be able to get many picks from here as Penta. They're not going to be peeking onto that, buddy.
Now, Baraz is going to use that IQ device, that electronic detector, make sure there's no Valkyrie cams thrown out. There are no
Ooh.
Valkyrie, but they haven't known that just yet.
He did see the smoke, however, playing in that very predictable between those windows. He saw him as he had his camera out for a moment, or at least his gas canister held in hand. And they are going to know that Pengu is playing that position. Maybe a grenade or two coming out to down him at least.
There's
There
4
it is.
frag grenades that they have and only 2 ADSs, or 1 ADS to take out 2 utilities. So there it is. Now Pengu might try to peek on out of here. He's going to look for look for Lion. But right now, nothing's going to happen quite just yet. Pengu tucked around in the corner. There's the nade to
there
come
it
on
is.
up, and Drid gets the first kill of Oregon.
So we have 3 players repelling on these B windows and no defensive operators in a position to stop said repel in. However, there is C4 underneath them. And
Eunice pokes on in to get Lion down. Drid's still looking to get Junis here, and he will do so in the trade. Looks as though Wesker will take down Falco, a 2-on-4 at the moment. 30 seconds left to go. Goga trades down Choi, and it looks like Drid will get that diffuser planted. Pokes on over into Red Tower and tries to nail Wesker, but will not do so just yet. Diffuser has been planted. That's 45 seconds on the clock. Baraz takes down KS with a headshot, and now Goga, last man alive, gonna have to either go White Tower or come up the back stairs. He plans to do the latter, and now he's gonna go over here to the dorm stairwell, looking in towards middle sight, and will not see anybody. He's gonna peek around, and now he's been heard. Looks like Baraz is just looking for a very tight angle. Doesn't see him. There's the shots, and he finally gets the kill. We're going to see gBots take round number 1.
It's an older strategy, but it checks out, sir. That gBots opting to go for that B window / main tower attack strategy. Very simple. Establish control over main tower to deny the flank onto the players repelling onto the B windows, kill the player sitting in B with grenades or whatever you have at your disposal, and simply repel in for the plant, and it worked out stupendously. The players down in kitchen, unfortunately not able to make any sort of effect onto that attack strat, and you would have figured that they would have in that instance. They had the C4 in the Mira, more than likely, and they also had holes open in the floor to lend them line of sight onto those windows. So interesting that they did not make any effect there. However, gBots putting themselves in a strong position early into this map, and they will be going into their own upstairs defense with their own interpretation.
So like you said, gBots successful on that attack. I felt like Penta, they were spread out in a good position. They just, I think, might have overlooked the possibility of what happens if we lose our man in the kids' dorms.
Yeah, no, Junis, he did make a good rotation, but unfortunately he was not enough as he was traded back, as you guys saw. So maybe you're right. Maybe Penta, they need to lay a little bit more thought into the baseline B window attack strat, which again, it's a very old strategy, but it still works if you're not actively attempting to counter it. And it seemed like they were actively attempting to counter a armory / master take. They were attempting to counter a tower, or sorry, not a tower take. That's exactly what happened. A kitchen take. They just weren't in position to counter the one take that gBots decided to use, which is weird for Penta. As we have talked about, they are the sort of fluid team that puts themselves in a position to counter everything.
And one of the things we've talked about almost every time that we've seen an Oregon play has been how the attackers have to take over the red tower, and we see Penta going for that right now.
They don't have to necessarily. It's just in the current meta they are choosing to, and that it's just kind of how by taking over the red tower, you deny a ton of flanking potential for the defensive operators. It cuts out pretty much all of it, really, and that lends you the ability then to repel on said B windows, which is exactly what we're seeing from Pengu. As of this moment, they are using the same exact attack strat that we were seeing from gBots, and we'll see exactly if it works out for them. Lion playing behind the B bomb itself, and it's a little bit more of an exposed position, but there's the influence coming down from underneath, from Drid in those smokes. That's what we would have liked to see from Penta.
Yep, and now it looks like some nades will go flying towards Lion, but he manages to just take a little bit of damage there. Gas grenades from underneath, like you said, from Drid will force Pengu out of the windows for the time being. Baraz and Lion are both inside of the hallway here. Looks like, ooh, a tap on the back shoulder blade will get Baraz down to about, I want to say, 5 health.
Yeah, from that heavy Scar L, that is going to do a lot of damage.
Now Eunice has made his way into the attic here. We see the wall getting opened up. Looks like that might have been a C4 from underneath or just inside by Wesker. He's here right inside of the main corridor, going to try to pre-fire onto Eunice. I got to say, he's got to have a Valk cam or something in there to be able to pre-fire that as effectively as he just did.
Yeah. No actual real progress being made, though, from Penta. They have themselves situated all around the site. They're just waiting for gBots to make a mistake and to peek the wrong angle. The last smoke grenade coming out as KS repels into the bomb site.
Now Goga hopped in through big window. Case is going to go in for the plant. It looks as though Lion gets taken out by Goga, and we've got Barrage who gets nailed by Pengu. So here we have a 5-on-2 at the moment. Now Falco was able to just destroy Troy. So now last man alive is going to be Drid as KS was able to take down Wesker. Diffuser does get planted. Falco trying to come into the showers. See if I can spit it out there. There we go. Falco will win.
You got it. Falco with his Falco game sense, knowing that the last player always got to be in lockers for whatever reason. May as well go back in there and get the final frag.
Yeah, why not? Just hop into the window. That is.
You can see him. He was leaving the lockers. He was like, you know what? No. If I were Smoke, I would be in lockers right now for no apparent reason. I'm gonna go back in there. I'm gonna get that kill. That is typical Falco game sense. Falco knows. But anyway, there you have it. Again, the attack round being won on the upstairs defense. And are we gonna see Penta? Are they gonna try and force out that upstairs? Or are they gonna go back in the basement? Seems like they're kind of adamant to go again into the kids' dorm.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier when we asked Penta, when we asked Pengu on the interview about the bottom bomb site and how we work with trying to change up the meta and how do you get all that to work out. We aren't seeing that downstairs hold yet. It seems like the top favored bomb site is what we're seeing a lot of teams still continue to favor, even with the addition of Mira.
And even with the addition of Mira, you're right. And both of these teams, I think, so far have actually used Mira upstairs. Penta just now starting to switch him out, I believe, or switch her out, rather, I believe, in this instance for maybe a Bandit? I'm not sure. They might not have actually brought Mira. I know gBots. gBots brought Mira, that's for sure. Unfortunately, it did not work to their advantage. In fact, worked to their detriment in that last defense round upstairs. And now Penta, they are not bringing her at all. gBots setting themselves up on the west side of the building initially on this upstairs attack. Now, on the last upstairs attack, I mean, it's worth noting that the Penta, they did the same exact attack strat that gBots did the first round. They simply took control of tower, they repelled on the B windows, and they repelled into the site, and there wasn't a lot. gBots put themselves in a position to... They didn't really stop it at all, other than those smoke grenades from underneath. That's it. That's all they did to stop it.
I'm just thinking if one C4 came out that window, you'd have three dead gBots.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we're actually about to see a mass vault-in from gBots, simply smoke and plant. But if that's the case, again, a C4 will stop that, and there is a pulse ready and revving to go for that C4.
Yeah, no, unfortunately...
He's actually in tower.
He is in tower, and you've actually got Falco, who was just able to take down Barrage there. That's the Capital, who would have played a massive role in getting this win.
And Chaos gets another pick. Right onto... There's the vault in from gBots.
Now, Plant is not going... Oh, it is going down right now, however. It does go down all the way. Pengu gets a double kill onto Wesker and Lion as Drid manages to get Goga down. 2-on-1, you've got Drid last man alive. However, they aren't in a position.
Drid's not... Yeah, he can't stop the defuse
He can't stop, but I don't think Pengu knows that just yet.
He can now. He can now. He's in a good position. I think Falco... They're just waiting for Falco to get the information onto the glass before Pengu makes his last desperate ditch effort to push into the site.
Now Falco's going to go and rush on out
Falco.
here, but the device has been detected. Drid's going to get one.
Falco,
He's looking on up top and down below. It's going to be Drid getting the clutch here in a 2-on-1 with Diffuser planted, taking out Pengu and Falco.
An excellent strat from gBots saying, hey, if nothing's working, let's just all walk into the site and get the bomb plant. And it certainly worked out for them. It didn't look like it was going to, but unfortunately, the legendary Falco game sense not working to his advantage in that instance. That is kind of, honestly, I am amazed. He somehow barely missed that glass with his pulse sensor when he was downstairs.
He barely
upstairs.
missed it. I mean, to me, what looked like for Falco is one of those things of like, okay, why would someone be on that part that exposed?
Yeah,
why weren't you up on top of the roof? It's like when you go back into casual and someone does like the most absurd thing. You're like, why did that person do that? I can tell you he's saying that right now.
I bet you're probably right in comms. He's like, what the hell? Why are you on the exposed part over there? You could have been on the roof. Is that
what his accent is?
No, I can't. I can't do a French. I can't do it. I can't do a French accent. He's got a very deep one though. I mean, it's actually beautiful. It really is. I wish I could imitate it. All the same. Falco making a little bit of a blunder with his smoke sensor there, or with his pulse sensor there. He did get a nice pick, though, early on into the round from the red tower. And we were talking about earlier how that's why you take control of that tower early on as the attacking squad going into an upstairs defense, because you need to be able to prevent just those picks. And even so, gBots made it work for them. And now they are in the lead, finally, going on to Oregon. Now again, this is Penta's map. This is the map Penta wanted to be bringing these two teams to. And they, you know...
It does look like gBots is bringing their A game to this map.
It seems like they've kind of woken up a little bit from their last matchup, their last couple blunders on Cafe.
Now coming out from Penta, we are going to see what looks to be a similar push to what happened last time. They're going to take over Red Tower, make sure that's all clear, as Pengu's going to be on top of the White Tower.
Ooh, this is a dangerous game you're playing with Gravity, Pengu.
Close to falling off there.
Gravity don't mess around, man. Gravity don't mess around. There are not many players coming from gBots actually on the site. As you can see, 3 roamers. If Penta notice this, they are the team, we've seen this from them before in this particular matchup, to capitalize on the fact that there are very few anchors on the site and simply push in.
Now Wesker will go down inside of the supply closet. I want to say that was a nade?
Ooh, no, that was,
Pengu.
he was shooting him through the drop. That was nice. So it looked like gBots, they were trying to use this drop to deny the windows.
Oh, and a good nade gets tossed in by Goga. That's just a Kobe right there. That just went in through the window, down through the hatch, and got the shots down onto Wesker.
Up and over all net. Beautiful shot from Goga. And a beautiful down from Pengu. Again, they were trying, gBots was trying to use that drop down onto that window to their advantage, and it worked against them.
Now Baraz will take over Eunice, taking off the head. That's the Hibana going
look at
down.
this
But
angle.
Hibana's already done her damage. However, Choi
actually
taking out Falco.
Yeah, that was actually, that was a nice double shot coming out from both of those two players. And now the man advantage is squarely in the favor of the defenders, where it was previously in the favor of the attackers.
Now we are going to see a push on into the site here. Baraz is going to be on the back stairwell, as to his left is, I believe that's going to be Lion.
There is no pulse sensor to stop this bomb plan. If it just goes down, it goes down.
Oh, but the shield, the trade goes down. Lion will fall to Penta, fall to Pengu, as Drid gets on the trade. Now a 2-on-3. Diffuser does not get planted just yet. It's in the process of it. Looks like KS will be successful. However, if KS goes down, Goga's not in a position to collapse on it, and we might actually be able to see it happen. There it is.
And now 3-1 advantage for gBots. An excellent retake. As soon as that diffuser went down, they just jumped at the opportunity. They knew that IQ was playing on the big window, and they said, all right, it's a 1v3. Let's just rush him. You know, overall, a good round from gBots and a bad read from Penta. Unfortunately, they tried to get themselves situated into the site, but because there were 3 roamers, they didn't contain them whatsoever, and because of that, those roamers were allowed to then flank onto the attacking Penta lineup, and it just was not good for them. And now, again, 3-1, they're putting themselves in a good lead. One more round in gBots' favor, and they are going to be on match point. And they will be attacking a laundry room, supply room. This is the first time we will be seeing this bomb site played in this Oregon matchup.
Yeah, and I feel like, we talked about it last time, it feels like gBots is upping their game. It seems like they finally have come awake. They've been woken up. They've woken up, exactly. And we are seeing them play spectacularly on Oregon.
Spectacularly. I know, it's a weird word, huh? Spectacular something. Stupendously. Let's go with
I like stupendously.
Let's go, yeah, stupendously on. I don't even know if that's whatever the case be. They are doing fantastic on this Oregon map.
Google synonyms, please help.
So Penta, they're opting to bring a mute to the board here, and they're going to use him to try and deny as much information as possible on the roamers that they will have playing upstairs. As we all know, Penta, they are a very dynamic team. They like to have as much ground in their favor as possible, and they're definitely going to be showing that on this Oregon hold in the basement. Not going to anchor. Well, they're not going to hard anchor, that is, and they are going to instead opt to keep control of tower, meeting, and the west side of the building in those kids' bedroom.
See, one of the things, if gBots successfully droned out Pengu and knows that there's an echo on the team, if you're going to be pushing down that main stairwell and you know the echo's going to be there at the very end trying to use that yokai, I would save an EMP for that. Give yourself a chance to be able to get rid of that yokai. But it seems like they're actually going to push from the back.
Absolutely, yeah. They will be taking full control on this tower, and they're not going to spot the bandit, who is going to get the pick onto Drid early into the round.
However, Pengu gets taken out as the first defensive kill as Lion just manages to get. He's already on site. He's going for the
Whoa,
plant.
what
There's
is
only
this?
we're only
What's
1/3 of the way
happening?
down. Wesker's taking over control. KS will go down, and we're also gonna have Barrage take down Eunice. Goga will go down by Wesker. It's a 1-on-4. This has been the quickest plant I've ever seen on Oregon. Falco now trying to come around from the back, and Choi gets the kill there, and we're gonna have gBots. Tremendous, immense push there. Penta, hello?
Okay, so gBots. Here's the strat, guys. They walked in through construction in tower. They planted the bomb. End of story.
Yeah.
And you saw Penta going on that retake. They were expecting it to be in the supply storage area, that bomb site, because obviously
They
they're coming
pushed in from that way.
They're pushing from construction. They're pushing from tower. So obviously it's gonna be. And then you saw Goga. On that Valkyrie, he just walked past the diffuser plant.
Yeah. He's like, I don't. What happened? Hello?
And that is all, ladies and gentlemen, that is all due to the fact that Penta was doing a 4-man roamer game, and unfortunately the one anchor that they left to watch the tower/construction area, he just got picked off extremely early into that round. I don't know, maybe he didn't make the call to his team. Hey guys, they're pushing in.
All I know is that gBots fans constantly yell Bombos or type Bombos in channel. That just means quick, go, 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 and that's exactly what gBots just did here.
Yeah, Vamos indeed. It certainly worked in gBots' favor. I mean, we saw it not work so much on Cafe, but it seems like they've really got Oregon's number. This is an opposite, ladies and gentlemen. Oregon going in the favor of the people who didn't pick it, and Penta the same. So far. And anyway, match point for gBots. Wow, we got so overwhelmed by the fact that last round was just interesting to say the least, and we neglected the fact that we are on match point now. A Caveria coming out for gBots. Interesting choice.
First time in this season, I think?
It's possible. Did Zed play it when he was playing for Elevate, maybe?
Because
I know Zed brings Cav a lot, and he was playing for Elevate, and then after Elevate, he was playing for Onslaught.
Correct.
I want to say Onslaught. Yeah. So he might have brought it a couple times. I'm not sure.
But this is the first time we've seen him in EU, or seen her in EU.
Yes.
So here we go. Drid gonna play that Caveira.
They are going to be moving in slowly, centered around the lobby. It is looking like it's setting up to be a standard lobby drop take, and this is an old goal getter. It works 9 times out of 10, assuming you can disable that mirror window. However, they are going up against a Cav and a very roamer-heavy lineup coming from gBots. This is not the way to counter roamers. What we saw as the way to counter roamers is to push straight in through construction, which is what gBots did. However, in this instance, gBots, they are ready for this exact push. They have shields in the hallway and roamers at the ready.
Now we are going to see Pengu working his way down, and you talked about it before. He is a main Blackbeard player. Looks like he might not be a main stun grenade thrower, but...
To be fair, there's always a Jaeger device at the bottom of those stairs.
Yeah.
I don't know why there's not in this instance.
But Wesker in a position here to try to counter Pengu behind the shield. He won't be necessarily seen from the drop hatch. How Falco will get a double kill into Choi and Drid.
That's both of the roamers gone.
Instantly. No Caveira, no Jaeger. They're left with a Mira, a Smoke, and a Bandit. Diffuser will go down, hopefully, in the next few moments. We've got the rest of the barbed wire being destroyed by Sledge.
The lack of an ADS device in that instance really working against them there.
He is going to change off the shields. This only means one thing, that they are going to go for a push here. Falco trying to come up through the attic, making sure that a flank's not going to happen. Faraz will get flashed on down. Pengu still working his way down the stairs, but the smoke grenade isn't going to be there, so the plant will go down by KS. Successful. Now you've got two attackers up top looking through the drop hatch. Looks like Wesker's going to go down by Goga. A 5-on-2, and there we have it. Goga takes down Wesker, and Lion will go down, as well as Baraz. Eunice and KS sweeping up the round.
A great attack from Penta, a good read, I say, but I mean, to be honest, gBots, they were setting themselves up in a good position to counter that attack. However, Falco, he just was like, nah, sorry, you don't get to roam. You're not allowed to roam on my Oregon. And again, if you guys look at Falco's history, he freaking loves Oregon. It's overly apparent. He understands this map in great detail.
Yep, he does.
And now we are still on match point in favor of gBots, even though they lost that last round. And now all they have to do is win a laundry room, supply room defense. Oh, sorry, win a laundry room, supply room attack. That's all gBots has to do to get this map in the bag. However, the last time they won this, they kind of just rushed in through construction and tower and planted the bomb, and I seriously doubt Penta's going to let that happen again.
So my thought would be then why would Penta not go upstairs? I mean, it seems like what they should do.
It is an interesting decision there by Penta to go ahead and go for that basement again, but at the same time, I'd say, I mean, again, the way that they lost was, it's just so predictable now. It'll never, there's no way that Penta lets that happen again. And if they do, then they deserve to lose the map. And so
yeah, and so I mean, maybe the thought process behind gBots or behind Penta is, okay, we know what happened last time. We're going to move a site. We're going to move a man back on site. But then that's exactly what gBots is probably anticipating.
We'll see exactly what happens going into this round. I'm curious to see how gBots choose to attack the basement because, as we said, the only time they've ever attacked basement was that one round, and that was a rush. And they're not going to execute that again. It seems like they're setting themselves up in a much more conservative manner going into the beginning of this particular round.
Now, Eunice was on those back stairs. Looks like Wesker was going for the peek there, but didn't see it.
Interesting use of smokes there coming out from Troy, trying to maintain a little bit of control on that kitchen. However, that's going to be some utility wasted, and there are no players from the defensive squad staying in that kitchen.
Correct. They do have the pass-through hole of the pantry, though, so Mira could get back in there. The Mira wall is on there, I believe.
It looked like she was just trying to waste as much time as possible, but we'll see exactly what she chooses to do moving forward. One Valkyrie camp off the board already from Drid. It's a good pick. All the pressure here is, believe it or not, on gBots because they are on match point and they need to lock it out. They can't let the rounds go any further in favor of Penta because they're the ones who lost the first match, so they have to win here.
Ooh, and it looks as though KS gets that shot onto Wesker inside of the garage. Now, we do have, I think that is Pengu playing the Echo. He's on top of the stairs going down to the laundry room. It's looking like he's trying to get communication working with his team to try and create a crossfire for the garage push.
He does have that Echo drone, and he will have the advantage going up against this Blackbeard. However, the shield in the face might be enough to work against him. No, he decides to fall back in this situation. But he is now pincered between a rock and a hard place with that drop down and the stairs.
Yep, so he is going to go for the push there. Oh, and a barrage! Looking down and just nailing the head of Pengu.
That was beautiful.
Now we're going to have Falco trying to take on Troy, and he does so successfully. Tosses out one C4, gets a kill there on the Drid. Wonderful C4 toss. He's done his work. Now he's going to go back into Red Tower and just stay there for the time being. There's no need to progress onto Meeting Hall just yet. There's only two attackers, Lion and Baraz. Oh, and from the stairs, he's not paying attention. Goga comes down from above to take Baraz down. However, Lion will get one kill of his own. Still has 3 more to go. You've got Goga still on the top of the main stairs. Lion's going to come on through. However, Goga's already looking for it. Hits him more. He's down to about 15 health, 10 health even so. 30 seconds left on the board. It is not looking good for gBots here. We are going to see Penta win this round. We're going to go 4-3.
And here you can see Penta again doing what they're so especially good at as a unit, as a team. They are pivoting around the attacking squad. They know they're coming from the lobby, and they peek them one by one in the most safe manner possible, still managing to get those picks at the same time. When everyone's distracted with Falco, the Valkyrie comes up from Master and the stairs in the lobby when no one's paying attention to her. I mean, it's just great tag team work coming out from Penta overall. And it's put them now at a position to, if they win this round right here, and all they have to do is win a kid's dorm attack, they will be putting it on to overtime. And that could very much easily lead to a 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, gBots put up a fabulous showing the first 5 rounds of this game. Yes, they lost, or first 5 rounds of this map. Yes, they lost 1 round to Penta, but they went up 4-1. Now they're starting to lose that sense of ingenuity, if you will, and Penta's starting to pick up their game.
Yeah, Penta's being Penta, and gBots is starting to lack the gBot. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It is showing. And when a team flaunts its personality and what makes it unique, it is usually when that team is successful more often than not. I mean, with Flipside, we see it in the tactics. With Ominous, we see it in the synergy and the teamwork. With Penta, the same thing. The synergy, the teamwork, the coexistence, the complete trust in each other. It's the same between those two teams. With Sisu, in the strategy, in the variety of said strategy. And whenever those teams are able to emphasize those particular parts of, well, themselves, they tend to be successful. And unfortunately for gBots, it's starting to feel like they are unable to emphasize their strategic personality.
Agreed. And so Penta will try to take this into overtime as they're here on attack. It's as though we've got Drid and Choi downstairs inside of the kitchen.
So a pretty basic setup coming up from gBots. Nothing surprising here. Maintain control of downstairs, and then have a couple, like two anchors upstairs. No real surprise. Penta not reading into the fact that there are 3 roamers right now, not going to be going for a hard push into site just yet. Instead, opting to try and work out control of Armory and Master. And this might work against them as Wesker is in position to C4 them from underneath.
Yes, however, Falco is working his way underneath inside of the laundry room, so he's going to come up the bottom stairs.
Falco, you sneaky you.
He came in from the construction entrance, looking to go up the stairs.
And you know why Falco's doing that? Falco's doing that because who the hell does that? Falco does that.
Falco does that.
That's the Falco thing.
Falco's still looking for the heavy roam game, still staying on down there, which, being Ash, being a 3-speed, you can engage in those fights and still have a very high success rate.
Right. I mean, he roams in that basement as an attacker and a defender, and now he's going to be getting...
possibly onto Junis.
No, Junis is on his team, dude.
It is. You're right.
So it turns out Falco has turned into a turncoat, and he's opted to go for gBots. No. Anyway, moving into this attack, Penta, they've established themselves over control of Armory and Master. That C4 not going to be effective as Pengu has a shield in front of him.
I would have rather seen Wesker go into the meeting hall where he was and try to go underneath. If he knew that he was going to be there, just go underneath.
Right. Goga looking for the angle onto the player at the top of White's stairs, waiting for him to peek. He is going to play it safe in the stairs themselves right this minute. They know the attack is coming from Armory. 55 seconds on the clock, no man down on either side, and still the opportunities are not being opened for Penta.
Now it looks as though we do have Falco on that back red stairs, or on the back stairs of Red Tower. He's going to move on forward into Attic, come up behind Pengu. He's got to be weary though. The gas grenades are actually going to force him backwards. He's going to take a lot of damage. However, Choi will go down by Falco. A double kill here by Falco, taking out Choi and Wesker.
I just want to emphasize how amazing that angle was from Falco to kill that Jaeger in the first place. Barrage does manage to trade back onto Eunice, but it's too late. Penta have established control over the site.
A good collapse. Barrage going to get the kill on Pengu, and now Falco will get Drid down as Barrage will take down Falco. Now a 2-on-2. What previously looked like it was going to be Penta's match no longer does as Goga goes down, and then Lion gets a double kill here to take down KS. We're going to see gBots taking on Oregon. We are now moving to Skyscraper for map number 3.
So the classic downfall of that Armory / master bedroom take is the crossfire from the top of White Stairs to the big bedroom, and exactly that is what caused Penta to lose that round, and no surprise there. However, a fantastic opening from Falco. The angle that Jaeger was holding from Meeting Hall up into the hallway was like, this is just like an inch big.
There, yeah.
And the shot that Falco had to, we didn't get to see it unfortunately, but the shot that Falco had to have hit to kill that Jaeger, oh, that was stupendous.
Stupendous.
We're just coming up with the weirdest, whatever the case be. A good job by gBots to bring it to the third map, and oh boy, it's gonna be Skyscraper. I'm excited for this one, gentlemen.
We've seen Skyscraper 2 or 3 times so far in the Pro League.
Yeah.
And it's one of those maps, it's the newest addition to the map pool that is played.
Yeah, Coastline's not going to see play. I mean, Coastline is technically the newest, but again, we're never going to see Coastline. I mean, maybe in the finals, but going into like the playoffs, I seriously doubt it. And we haven't seen it so far in the group stages. Skyscraper seeing a little bit more preference.
I feel like with Skyscraper, it has reached that level of the meta where pro teams now are coming up with strategies that other teams don't necessarily know about yet. And there's still much to be developed, just like there's much to be developed on Border, but it has reached that level cap that I would say, or that knowledge gap that pro players seem to exceed, that other players and other teams seem to not.
Absolutely, I definitely agree with you there. It is a more practice map nowadays, and it's great to see. I mean, it's not a map that teams often bring themselves to, not like Border, for example. A lot of teams, they like Border. I mean, it's been around for a while now. It's a good map. It's a little dreary, but it's a really good map competitive-wise. And Skyscraper is starting to show that it is similar in that fashion, in that, yes, you can play it competitively, and it feels good as a unit. It's also one of those maps where you play the same half of the map constantly, but hopefully that will change leading into the future when the more meta development. We'll see what happens.
I mean, that's one of the unique things that I love about Rainbow Six and Ubisoft is that they decide every 3 months, we're just going to change up the meta. We don't care what your strats were previously. We're going to throw in someone new, and we're just going to change up the meta.
I mean, some people like that. Some people don't.
Some people don't, but it comes with the territory.
I mean, to be fair, it's mostly the pros who are like, please stop. We want just normal strats.
True.
But
I mean,
it increases the innovation, it increases the change, and I'm personally a fan of that. As a viewer, I think it's good for us.
Yes.
I also really like the bracket that we have right now because it forces teams to invest so much more into each matchup, and that's why we see these close matches.
Yeah, we do see these very close matches, and the teams that just are not putting in the time and effort to be called these pros, these top-level pros,
they get knocked out.
They do get knocked out.
Bye-bye.
And so you do have to put in the time and effort to maintain that status of the competitive play.
Yeah, it is really great to see. And we are going to be getting right into the match. Ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. Both of these teams have won a map so far. Cafe going to Penta, Oregon going to gBots, and now here we are on Skyscraper. Really uncharted territory for both of these teams. Going to be hard, actually impossible to determine who will be having the leg up going into this particular map. It just so happens that the map didn't get banned in the ban phase, so here we are. That's kind of the gist of it. I don't really know anything about how either of these teams handle this map, so we'll find out just exactly how they are going to be doing that. Penta choosing to go upstairs rather than the downstairs, which is the predictable bomb site for legitimately everyone in any pro scene I've seen so far on Skyscraper.
Yeah, one of the things that we've seen, I think it was on Monday, I think it was when we saw Skyscraper get played with Flipside. We saw a little bit of some different tactics where they weren't even trying to hold the Geisha room. They were playing outside of it and allowing them to overtake that.
Yeah, it was indeed Flipside actually, but it was the team they were playing.
Ominous.
It was Ominous, yeah. Ominous, they opted to neglect Geisha because they didn't feel like it was worth the risk, and honestly, I kind of agree with them there. I feel like forfeiting Geisha control isn't that big of a deal. Falco with some nice peek out onto Barrage, is going to light him up, but doesn't finish him off.
Doesn't, but he does do, like you said, a lot of damage to him. That's about 15 health left on IQ.
Yeah, and an IQ, that's like 15 health. You can get shot by anything, and you are going to die.
Especially since the IQ is the one that goes after Pulse, who is the most likely to wallbang.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. So this, but there is no Pulse on the Penta lineup. But all the same, no matter what you do, one shot from a Vector, for example, will kill you.
Yep.
So IQ in a precarious position, no loss from the Falco side. Looks like Lion's going to set himself up to open up this Geisha wall. Bandit is trying to Bandit trick it, but I think these devices might actually go off without... Yeah, the Bandit's not going to be able to save that one.
We will be looking right at the angle here. It's going to be Mira getting the shots. Hurts Wesker, but doesn't do all the damage. Lion, however, will take down Goga. Now they are going to make a crawl through space, or actually a crouch through space inside of that Geisha room. That's going to force Penta outside of the room. Falco trying to come around. He's inside of in the drum. Actually, no, he's in Pantry, I'm sorry. Pantry trying to go up against Troy, and he does successfully get the kill. He's now going to go against Baraz. Eunice taking one kill down, and can he get the other? Baraz is going to think a little bit better, move on back, and not go for that fight.
He has put himself in a precarious position, however. He's kind of amidst all the wolves. There is a smoke right above him, ready to pounce, and he is, again, very lit. Look at them dancing with death.
Now, Eunice coming around from kitchen. Looks like he's just waiting to
actually,
peek around. He gets the kill, and there it is. A very successful attempt by Eunice, getting a 2K to start off the round.
I totally thought that Sled was smoke. But yeah, a 2K from Eunice. Good start.
They both have SMGs 11. That's all they use. It's all the same.
It's true, they do. That's what it was, is the identifying factor.
Falco has managed to get around into the east building, the east section of the building, coming around for a very successful flank. But right now, the gBots isn't in a way to even be destroyed by that. So with that, Dread takes off the head of KS, and it's a 3-on-3. 30 seconds left to go. Dread's going to have to work his way into this west balcony. C4 going to come out here from Eunice momentarily as he gets a couple bullets flying his way. Pengu takes that SMG-11 and down. Wesker finish him off, and as he tries to push on into sight, Eunice will take down Lion. Pengu gets the last kill of the round on the Drid, and we will see Penta securing round number 1 here on map number 3.
No real surprise there. Kind of, okay, I say new map. I'm gonna just express this is kind of a somewhat new map to the Pro League. Not necessarily, all right? These teams have tons of time to practice. However, at the same time, the new favors the defense for the most part, as the attackers have to establish themselves in a manner in which they're most familiar. And when you don't know exactly what your plan is, it's hard to execute. What we saw there from gBots is they did take control of Geisha, yes, and they did push in from there and start moving their way to B. However, all along the way, they were getting picked off one by one, and as such, they didn't have enough manpower to finalize a push into the site. Now gBots, they are going to be going onto their upstairs defense, and
one of the things that we constantly see, especially on this T room hold, is there's always a defender tucked inside a yellow in the yellow cubby.
Yellow cubby.
In the yellow cubby on A. There's always a defender in there.
Yeah, that's yellow.
What would be your suggestion on how to get someone out of there? What is the best operator to get someone out of that location?
Well, you have two real options. You have grenades and you have Capital firebolts, and we've seen both used to good effect. But how the reason you would opt to go for Capital firebolts 9 times out of 10 is because you don't have to worry about dealing with the ADSs. And oftentimes, in a situation where you're trying to challenge the yellow corner directly, you don't have time to throw flashbangs and smokes or Thatcher grenades to get rid of those ADSs, and there's no real angle to do that. So probably Capital is the best way to take care of that particular position. You just have to very, very finitely aim the Capital Firebolt in between the grates, and it is a hard shot to hit. We've seen pros, namely the player, I can't remember who played it on Ominous, but Ominous, they tried to do just that, and they hit the bars a couple times, causing them to lose a couple rounds. However, the thing is, and you have to remember, when you're challenging that yellow corner, you cannot simply rely on killing the guy in yellow corner. That can't be your only step to taking the site, because we saw at the time that Ominous did hit that yellow firebolt into the yellow corner, the rest of the team crumbled around them to the roamers and the rest of the anchors. Even though the yellow guy did die, there was no other progress made. So you have to have a balanced approach to it. Penta, however, they are bringing in Montaigne going into this drum room attack.
I like that Claymore placement. One of the things, well, it makes it a little bit more difficult for anyone from gBots to try to get an angle to destroy it.
Right.
But nonetheless, we are going to see Pengu trying to lead the way into drum. He's going to get drone first. In front of him going to be with Goga.
You don't suppose that he's going to try and Montaigne off the north side of that hallway to allow Thermite to open up the wall into the site?
I think that's exactly what they're going to try to do, but Drid's going to say no and throws up a C4. Oh, just barely misses.
Oh, but the C4 is going to open up a hole in the floor.
It does, and I don't think they're expecting that.
No, that's going to be a good angle for Drid to play. If he gets the Thermite, then the strat that Penta is trying to execute is kaput.
Deploying sensor.
Now he does spot one to the left of the drum. He's going to know Pengu's at the top of the stairs. That's the call by Lion. However, he's not looking at Goga just yet. Right above him is going to be KS. He doesn't know that Drid is underneath.
It's a very dangerous game being played between KS and Drid.
He's going to look for the shots. He's going to get one and gets him finished off. That's the Thatcher. I don't think the bandit batteries have been removed yet, so no, it will not happen, as we also do have Choi picking up Eunice.
So well played from Drid to throw a wrench in the plan of Penta's attack there, and now they're going to have to reconsider with only 46 seconds to go. There's not a lot of options for them here. They've only established control over Geisha, and that's about it. So they're going to have to get some really lucky picks moving into the site here to open up this round.
30 seconds left to go, and Goga's going to forego that Geisha room, move on over to the west balcony. You're going to have Falco try to push on in. He's stuck in the barbed wire, but he does get Wesker down. A 3-on-4. Pengu's going to go for the shots. He actually gets the headshot there on a Lion. A magnificent shot. Now Goga's going to get the north stairwell kill onto Choi. What was a 5v3 just turned into a 3v2 with 15 seconds left to go. Barrage is going to have to try to hold down the middle corridor. Falco's going to take him down. No, that's Goga. And now the last man alive is going to be Drid. He's here inside of the Geisha room hallway, but there are 3 attackers trying to nail him down. You've got the diffuser has been planted. Plenty of time now for Penta to get in position, and they know Drid is here. He doesn't have utility to open up that drop hatch, so Drid is stuck here. All you have to do is just solidify that doorway. Falco trying to shoot through the wall. It's not going to work out, but he does get the kill as the shield gets destroyed. Falco will take the round.
An amazing attack from Penta and a turnaround at that. They had the round lost completely when their strategy failed as they were attempting to move their way in through seemingly the A wall using the Thermite Montaigne combo to cover him. And yeah, and as we saw Drid, he countered that. He got rid of the Thatcher, which meant the batteries were still alive, but all Penta did then was waltz out onto the balcony, waltz into B, carve their way through the roamers, and take complete control of the site. And then the roamers came up for the retake, and there was no way they're going to win that challenge in that hallway.
That complete attack, so that complete round rested upon Penta being able to make up a contingency more quickly and more accurately than gBots was able to make their counter on the defensive side.
Absolutely. We are seeing the adaptational skill of Penta as a unit, as a team, to just be like, you know what? This attack doesn't work anymore. We don't have a Thatcher, so let's not think about it. And so often, I cannot tell you how often, if a team would say, okay, you know what our strategy is, we're going to open up the A-wall with the Thermite and the Montaigne and the Thatcher combo. Oh no, we lost our Thatcher, there's still batteries there. Well, how do we deal with that? And they'll stall out.
They stall 20, 30, 40 seconds. And these guys instantaneously, we're out, we're gone, we're going around.
Yeah, Thatcher died and they left. They're like, peace out. We're going that way now. And then they just, again, they carved their way through the site just like that. Just like that. No complication.
Oh, he's not going to get it in time. He's going to have to give that up. Wesker might actually see that. No, he's going to forego that window and just, as I say that, he's like, nope, I got to turn around and get that camera.
He might, who watch him not actually find the camera on the window.
This is an odd mirror placement, but I do like it. Falco out here inside of the pantry corridor, facing out towards the ventilation unit.
This is going to allow him to aggressively peek onto any player on that south balcony without any serious thought or like concern to his own person.
Yeah, he's not going to have a lot of pressure from anywhere just yet.
Because he has all the information in his hands. He can choose exactly when he wants to peek. However, gBots, they are setting themselves outside of Geisha. Looking like they're going to try and push their way in upstairs above the site, which is pretty typical. They're coming in from the drone area as well. Or sorry, the drum area. Yeah, the drone area.
They're both the same. You drone out the drum. But we do have Drid. He's upstairs in the east balcony by exhibition. Now, what I want to see him do is make sure that he's clear for the time being, but then also try to push out Drid, who is beneath him. Because right now, if they start hearing that people are in drum, you have the chance for a C4 to get thrown up from below.
Yeah, I mean, it's another thing is Penta, they are holding this hard upstairs. However, they're not actively challenging the players coming in from drum, and because of that, gBots, they've established themselves in hallway. We saw the most successful holds of these upstairs were when they challenged that hallway. And now the pressure's being coming from all the different angles.
Yep, and so we are going to see gBots try to force their way in here. Gogan to take massive damage, but he does finally get Baraz down. Drid's going to pick up that kill to KS. And now this is just a murder bath here as we've got Pengu getting Troy down. Drid got a double kill. He took out Goga. So a 2-on-3 now with still over 60 seconds left to go. You're left with Falco and you're left with Pengu to hold down the defensive side here. Lion's trying to drone down from Geisha. Falco still inside of his pantry corridor as Pengu holds down Barbecue. Kitchen is now exposed, but they do have a crossfire and a collapse that they can manage to make onto it. Now we do have, like I said, a 3-on-2, 45 seconds to go. Wesker working his way down the middle stairwell as Falco still inside of this pantry corridor.
Falco and Pengu have been playing fantastically today, so this is the two wonder childs that you want to have in this situation.
You see the pre-placed gas grenade. Time's dwindling down. He's going to call one. He's probably going to throw another in about 3 seconds. There's that. He's going to blow it up in about 2. 1, 2. It's going to go now. And now you've got right here, still plenty of time. Oh, Buck's coming around. Drid cannot get the shots. He's going to fail onto it. The shotgun's going to come down. Wesker working his way down the stairs too, but the reinforced wall does not provide enough cover. Lion gets that kill. Falco gets one. A one-on-one. Wesker going up against Falco, and it doesn't look like there might be enough time. Diffuser will not get planted. It's going to be a headshot from Falco, and he's going to get the clutch there. Penta taking on round number 3.
So, strategically, a good round from gBots, but unfortunately for them, they left Pengu and Falco alive as the last two, and because of that, they managed to trade each other back in spectacular fashion. Pengu keeping it in Falco's favor, and then Falco being Falco and clutching it out. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, all you.
Okay. So what happened there upstairs, and what reason it was going in gBots' favor is because And I hate to reference the Ominous Flipside game so much, but the reason Ominous had so much success on their barbecue hold when Flipside was trying to take upstairs, or actually, no, it was the other way around. Flipside had success on their upstairs or barbecue hold because they were playing aggressive angles on the attacking operators coming from drum, coming from the balcony. They were actively countering that before they were given opportunity to then collapse on the roamers upstairs. And in this instance, what happened is Penta, they just didn't get any of those early picks, and gBots, they came in all together as a team, as a full unit, and collapsed on the roamers upstairs and just obliterated them. So what should have happened there from Penta is a little bit more aggressive play on the roam. However, it didn't matter in the end, again, because you left Pengu and you left Falco alive downstairs, and that's all that really mattered in the end.
Now, with all the holes being made inside of Geisha, I have to wonder if gBots is actually going to play inside of there, or if they're actually just making it like a kill box that once you see Penta start moving in, they're going to be able to get those angles onto them.
I mean, I could see that working. Not a lot of teams have done something along those lines, but I definitely could see that working to their advantage. I feel like holding Geisha is a bit of a misnomer because you think it provides you control, but at the same time it's so expensive to hold and difficult at that it's similar to server on bank for the basement hold. People used to just hold that hard. They would play 3 players in there, smoke, Doc, Rook, everybody would stack up in there.
And then you open up the drop hatch and it's done.
But all together, server's unholdable really in the professional meta. That's the gist of server. And I feel like Geisha is following to a similar fate where you can hold it, yes, but it's too expensive, you waste too many resources and people, and it's just not worth it.
And so to reiterate the significance of this game and of this series, the winner is guaranteed a spot to land. So whether that be Penta or gBots, the winner is guaranteed a spot to land. They will go on to next week to play against Sisu. The loser still has an opportunity, but just barely. They will have to go up against Playing Ducks to win and secure their spot to land.
Right.
So that is the significance. We have 1 map apiece. This is the best of 3 round. This is the 3rd map in this best of 3, and Penta is currently up 3-0.
Yeah, and from North America and Europe, we're going to be having 3 teams total go to LAN, and there are 4 teams in the playoffs. So only one of the playoff teams won't make it, but that's still a large chance. 1 in 4 is not the odds you want to be betting on. So 1 minute 30 still on the clock here, and neither of these teams have taken any casualties yet moving into this attack, in this defense.
Yeah, we see, I think Baraz might have just fired a few bullets towards Blackbeard, but it does look like Eunice will fall to Drid.
And that's the Hibana trying to challenge onto the Geisha. That's going to defunk a little bit of the Penta strategy again.
Oh, looks like KS looking for the shots there on a Dread. He drop shots him and gets him killed off. And now that C4 will not necessarily come up from below. Baraz is going to move on down to try to take that position and then think better of it as he goes back up those middle stairwells. Pengu still trying to push on forward. It looks like the wall will not get opened up. Baraz will destroy it in time. You're going to have a jump on over by Goga. He's going to take down Baraz. And now it's a 3-on-3. 45 seconds to go, but you have 2 members of Penta drastically hurt. Lion as well is feeling the bullets. And you now... moments to go until the rest of this collapse. KS and Choi are going to go head-to-head. Choi doesn't see it. KS does. He's going to take over that fight. Now the wall will finally get opened up. You're going to see Pengu trying to push onto Lion. More bullets are going to go flying, and he will fall as Goga's back inside a drum. A 3-on-0. Now that KS came around and finished off Wesker, this is going to be Penta's victory. 4-0 at the moment. This is match and series point we're about to get on to.
That was an excellent attack from Penta, well thought out. Well, to be honest though, it wasn't well thought out.
It wasn't. It was just good reaction.
Right. No, that's my point. Penta, they executed the same exact attack strat that they attempted and failed technically last time, and you could say they failed it again, but they just killed the defensive operators as they countered the strat. They are bait and switching on their own strategy here, guys. They're saying, all right, this is what we're doing. Look at what we're doing, and gBots is going, okay, we're gonna stop you from doing that, and then Penta's just spontaneously.
We're gonna stop you from stopping us from doing that.
Die. Now that you're stopping us from stopping that.
I feel like the pulse downstairs inside of pantry should have had a better impact, and he didn't.
Yeah, I think a lot of that round did come down to chaos. So we can talk about how Gogo vaulted over that railing and just dunked the
But that never should have happened.
But that never should have happened. But that's Penta for you. But at the same time, we have to talk about how much influence KS had on that round, because he killed 2 of the 3 roamers downstairs, and they were unable to impact the round in any way whatsoever. And that in of itself, you know, I think that really was what contributed most to Penta's victory there.
Yep.
I like the way that they're trying to handle it, but overall, it's really just great individual play coming out from Penta to lock out these rounds. Again, it's weird because when Penta's plan isn't working, it then just works. It's like they have a really basic plan, and they go for it, and then it doesn't work, and then it works though.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like, yes, that's what happens. At the same time, though, it means they don't invest too much into a single strategy, so they are able to easily contribute to a different way of attacking a site or a different way of defending a site, and it works out magnificently for them.
And I hate to say this again, but it feels like gBots is a really good team. They're not the sort of team that gets 5-0. This is not, you know, gBots is not that team. However, I feel like they're being directly countered by the Penta playstyle. This is just not working to gBots' strong suits, unfortunately.
Now we are going to have Lion and Wesker outside by Geisha. They're going to work together to try to open up that Geisha wall, force the defenders out of there. But again,
do you have to question the validity of that, however?
You do.
Yeah, because Penta, as soon as the wall gets open, they're just going to leave. They don't care.
They don't. They're just wasting time. They know that, hey, we can waste some time if we put some people in here. They're going to fall back onto site, and it's going to be easy done.
Right, and they are wasting a whole minute already. You see the rest of gBots, they are setting up to take control of Drum, and this is very similar to what we were seeing from Penta. However, no thermite.
Oh, I like that ability. So, if you saw what he just did there, he shot the battery so he could then place another battery before the EMP already went off.
So he heard the EMP hit the floor, and then, Junis with a nice C4 kill onto Barrage to open up the round. That's IQ off the board early.
Yes, and so, I mean, magnificent job there by the Bandit. Now you're going to see Drid try to get on out of the terrace. He's going to work his way into the east stairwell. Nowhere near the site, but again, he's just trying to circle around, make sure that there's not going to be a roamer. And from what we see on the board now, there is no roamer going to go for a hard roam.
And I feel like Choi and Drid are putting themselves in precarious positions down there, not being able to really influence the round too much. They're hunting those roamers that do not exist.
They don't.
And going into the site push, they're going to have trouble assisting their teammates.
To me, I feel like I get a sense of lack of information that gBots is gathering. They're investing 2 out of their 4 remaining attackers into clearing out non-existent roamers.
I'm sure that they have a dedicated droner, and I feel like maybe there's just some miscommunication going on with said dedicated
Very
droner.
possible. Falco with his very nice pixel angles. You see it right there coming from the B site onto that north doorway. Now Wesker's going to be droning out the second floor hallway leading towards Geisha room. Junis is actually going to evade detection as Wesker's going to push on up from Drum. You do have Lion pushing on out from the north door. Choi's going to get his head taken off here by Junis. A very nice kill. He's going to go for a second one here into Wesker, but it's going to be another pop shot, and it is not going to happen. Oh, yes, it will. Wesker will take down Eunice. Now a 4-on-3 with 25 seconds left to go. You've got gBots needs to get a push here. You've got Wesker solo on health. Falco going to come up on over, and they're going to down each other, and that's going to be a duo. You're going to see Goga go get a kill, but Pengu gets the final moments taking down Lion. We're going to see Penta 5-0 gBots and get the victory, forcing their position into the LAN.
A fantastic round from Penta on that defense overall, but I gotta say, a confusing round from
Very
gBots.
confusing.
I mean, they didn't push into one particular lane at all. They hunted the roamers that didn't exist, and then they kind of collapsed. I say collapsed. They encircled the Penta setup and couldn't get any picks, couldn't win any engagements, and in the end, it didn't.
It came down to a rush, and guess what? Penta won.
And they had what, like 2 people left when they were rushing in.
It was
2 versus 4. It's not going to go well. But
to me, it was just. I don't think it was gBots didn't do well. I think it was that Penta was magnificent.
They played a very, very strong game today, and especially on that last map. And we have to imagine as well. I mean, sure, maybe gBots didn't do that poorly, and I think they did get hard countered by the playstyle of Penta, but at the same time, I feel like maybe it does come down to a little bit of gBots not understanding this particular map as much as they could have. And they are, again, they're a pretty strat-heavy team. They rely on understanding. Oh, gosh. Some of the shots that were being hit by Penta today were just insane.
Like that one right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the shot goes in and just magnificent, like you said.
But yeah, I feel like gBots' lack of...
toss it through the little hole.
Wow, production.
Come on, production.
What is this?
A slow-mo. Oh! And actually, I don't think that camera got destroyed. I mean, Wesker walked past it.
It probably didn't. I'm gonna be honest. It seemed like they were a little bit distracted with other matters at the time. Here's that wonderful clutch coming out from Falco and Pengu again. Falco in this great 1v1.
Now, what's unique about here, he didn't reload that entire time.
Right.
He only had about 7 bullets left, and that's all he needed to get those kills.
Right. Well, no, he had 17. He had a good amount of. He had enough shots. He was good. But here's that. Also, this push that Penta, they lost that round strategically. They should not have won that round, but then they just made it happen.
Here are some potatoes. I thought Wesker was going to lose this one, but he kept the potatoes all up, and he got the win.
And then the lack of the opposite of potato, a fantastic shot from Falco.
Yes.
But overall,
what is the opposite of potato in the Twitch world?
Good shot.
GG?
GG.
GG. He GG'd him.
We did okay. Well, no, good match. That was good
yes.
game. And overall, that was a fantastic match between both of those teams, and even the match that we had earlier today. That was a lot of fun.
It was a heck of a lot of fun. We now have our at least 2 of the 3 spots to land secured for the European Pro League. You've got Sisu and you've got Penta, both making it to land. They're going to play next week in what would be deciding who's first and who's second, merely for the seeding. Both of those teams are guaranteed land. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, so we can describe it to you a little bit better. Looking at the playoffs bracket, Sisu, Penta, they're going to be playing next Thursday night. Winner gets first seed, loser gets second seed. They both make it to land. The real important game, the very important game, is Playing Ducks and gBots. Winner goes to land in the 3rd seed, loser does not go to land.
So it's got to be, there's a lot on the line here, and you got to imagine like being the one team out of 4 that doesn't make it to land is gotta hurt. So that Playing Ducks versus gBots match is gonna be one to watch. Whereas Sisu versus Penta, yeah, it's gonna be a real good matchup, but at the same time, they're gonna be like, ha, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, so I honestly feel like the Sisu and PENTA Sports match next week, while it does have meaning as the 1st and 2nd seed, honestly,
there's benefits involved.
There's benefits involved, but I also wouldn't mind possibly if you're going to see Coastline, it would be that series because it has the least amount of impact.
Bring out the experiments.
Try it. I mean, you want to try it before you go head-to-head in it next season, possibly.
I mean, I don't think we'll see, honestly, I don't think we'll see it because if one of those teams is going to be bringing Coastline to the mix, they're going to bring it at land. They're going to bring it as that surprise pocket map. So I doubt it, but that would be cool to see.
I would.
All the same, I had a lot of fun today.
I did as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you very much for staying with us tonight as we engage in the European Pro League playoffs. You got to see round number 1 with who's going to land and who still has a shot, but who might not be going. So please stick with us next week as we figure out for the North American and European regions who is going to take that 3rd spot for each of the regions into the LAN event. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you again. Please join us next Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for the European playoffs, the finals of the European playoffs. And then next Thursday for the European playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're signing off for the night. Thank you very much.
Peace out.